So I had that
Yeah.
today. I had it at maybe.
I was like,
Madam
as
Mayor?
much as
The mics are live.
I'd rather, be a hopeful guy. No one from Hopeful wants to go.
Thank you. Call the meeting to order. Sorry for the delay in coming out of closed session this afternoon. Madam Clerk, can you please bring us out of closed session?
Where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll begin by saying I don't know if something changed, but it's nice temperature in here.
Thank you.
It's not freezing. Cause last time it was like we're in what is it called, an igloo. That's how it was before, but it feels good. So thank you, Mr. Altman and Madam Clerk, for getting that fixed. It's better, trust me.
Well, thank you. Yes, tonight's not over.
Okay, just want to say thank you again to all the guests that are joining us this afternoon. Is there a motion? We're going to move into our work session. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the work session agenda? Would someone like to adopt the work session agenda to discuss work session item number 1, the warming home? Thank you. Second. Any other discussion?
Madam Mayor, for clarification, I'm sorry, is council adopting the whole agenda or just that which pertains?
Just the work session agenda to talk about work session number 1.
Thank you.
Is everyone clear on that? Is there any other discussion?
Is there a second?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Mr. Dane or Mr. Altman is going to present this.
Start
Mr.
it and throw it to me.
Mics are live. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. This evening for your work session, we have a discussion of our warming / homeless shelter. As council knows, we've been running a shelter during the winter months for a few years now, based upon the availability of volunteer labor, if you will. And as we found out during the past year that volunteer labor is running out and will probably non-existent for the upcoming year. And as such, we've begun to look at alternatives to our current situation and looking at if we were to move in a different direction, what other items we may incorporate into that operation. So having said that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Dane for him to present the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm going to talk about the other services that we're looking to potentially provide in a consolidated atmosphere rather than looking to lease a couple of different buildings to accomplish some of the things that we already have in the pipeline or we are developing. And Mr. Spicer will talk more specifically about the St. James property that we've been negotiating with Father Joe Goldsmith and his staff, and actually we met with his whole parish at the afternoon luncheon after church one Sunday and talked to them about potential uses of the facility. And so Ray will enumerate all that information in a moment. One of the things that we've been very conscious of is a desire to make sure that we had space to do some of the other programs that we've been talking about. One of y'all were kind enough or wise enough to appoint an opioid task force a year and a half ago. And we struggled for the first 6 months or so trying to figure out direction, what we needed to do, because we were trying to figure the lay of the land and where the gaps and all were. But we started to get more and more people engaged, and it's been a very collaborative effort. And I'm really proud of what we've done and the groups we have to the table, and they've been most helpful. If you want to know how something works, go to the person who makes it work, and that's what we've done. We've gotten a lot of people engaged in the process, and we've learned a lot of things, but there's been two glaring things that are missing in the fight of the opioid epidemic, and that is residential treatment facilities, which we are not addressing with this, but it's way up on the list of things we got to find a solution to. And there is some work going on with that, some groups talking to our Director of Development, Ms. Tavia Griffin, about that, about where that can go and so forth. So that's being worked on currently. But the other was, we don't even have place to do inpatient or rather outpatient type services where there's counseling available. We don't have District 19 physically located within Hopewell. We worked with Ms. Jennifer Tunstall, the Executive Director of D19, and had a great working relationship with her after we started these discussions. And a lot of things have evolved, and we're really excited about their involvement. But they need space to provide these services, and we don't have space available that can be regularly committed to such a use. So as we started working on this, we were conscious about that need. And some of the things that we've talked about have been health department classes, peer counseling for drug and alcohol addiction, clinical counseling through D19 for drug and alcohol addiction. Some of the social services programs could be run there. There's a lot of things that could be done from that facility. We've even gone so far to talk about community classes like parenting or financial stability or financial, managing a financial household. Further health department classes to the extent of even a live training where they teach people how to use Narcan, and the health department offers a whole series of courses that they could offer to the public, which would be very beneficial. We've talked about Veterans Resource Center, not where we provide services to veterans, but a veteran in Hopewell who doesn't know where to go to get something can go there. We envision that could be staffed hopefully by like American Legion members and VFW members, and they could have a book of services that they can look through. Somebody come and say, I don't know where to go for so-and-so. This person could help them and connect them to that service to help direct them where they need to go. And we've even talked about things like the Shepherd's Place, which is downtown currently. The facility that we're talking about using, which seems to be the most logical facility, is just 2 blocks from the food pantry. So that would really consolidate all those services in one area so people could access them much more easily and not have to bounce all around town to get the services they may need. I will tell you that we looked at the use of the existing facility we're using for homeless shelter to see if that was adequate. It's not. It's barely adequate for the homeless shelter. It certainly would not be adequate to have classroom space and things that we need for these other programs, or office space that we may need for some of these other programs. We looked at another building downtown that is privately owned, and looked at it, and it is not suited for the homeless side, but it was probably fine for the classroom size because it was 2 big open rooms. So we're juggling things back and forth, trying to figure out the best option, and I think we have found it. Ray will get more into that. But what I wanted to tell you was something evolved in just the last week or two that makes this decision even more critical and important for us to make as soon as possible. District 19 has run a crisis assessment center out of John Randolph Hospital for a number of years, and it's critical to our police department. The chief will attest, because it enables us to have an officer who has somebody in crisis, take them to the center, drop them off. There's security provided there. They don't have to stay with them for hours upon hours trying to figure out what the termination of the solution is, and they can get back on the street and function as a police officer. Because of corporate decisions within John Randolph Hospital, District 19 has to leave there in fairly short order. They have nowhere to go. They split their time currently 4 days at Southside Regional, 3 days at John Randolph, which helps us on those 3 days, and it's still a trip on those other 4 days, but 3 days is better than none. And who knows, maybe we can work that out in the future for even more. But right now, we would be losing those 3 days, which would cause a hardship on our police department and on our citizens, because it's not always just police who take somebody to that assessment center. It could be somebody whose child is experiencing crisis, emotional crisis, or some other addiction or something, and they may want to take them there, and they still get that service. If they have to go all the way to Petersburg to get that, they may not have transportation, and may not take the trouble or time to do that, and it could be harmful to our residents as well. So this whole process became more critical, and Ms. Tunstall from District 19 has checked with the state, and the facility that we're talking about utilizing, with a few slight modifications, which we would do internally, it could be used for that purpose as well. So it's become even more important, and we're really excited about it. One thing I wanted to point out to you, if y'all would just tolerate me for just a moment, the members of the opioid task force who are here, who have been involved with us through this process, I'd like for them to come up quickly one at a time and just introduce themselves and tell you what organization they're from, so you can see the breadth of the input that we're having right now as we look at all these issues. So if y'all would tolerate that for a moment, I would ask for them to come up together and just give your name and your organization, please.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Baker, Director of Operations for City of Refuge.
Good evening, I'm Deborah Whitaker. I'm the Emergency Coordinator with Virginia Department of Health. I'm Misty Pippin. I'm a certified peer recovery specialist at City of Refuge.
Shamika Lewis, certified, also peer recovery specialist.
That's just a few of the people we've had at the meetings. We also have the sheriff who's been engaged with us, the fire chief, the police chief, Mr. Spicer, and myself. Dr. Hart's been to some meetings. We've had a wide array of input from various organizations. The mayor's been with us on several occasions. We're trying to solve this in a logical way that gets the input from the community, the people, because the whole purpose of this opioid task force was to find out where the gaps are and to fill the gaps, not to create programs that are already being offered elsewhere. And so we've identified some of those gaps, and this will help solve some of that and provide some opportunities for these programs to function well. So with all that said, I will turn it over to Ray, and Ray will talk to you, give you a little walkthrough of the what we've done on the homeless shelter in the past and what we're looking at currently, and go from there, and then I'm available as we wrap up.
Madam Mayor, while Mr. Spicer's coming forward, he's given some documents for council. May I pass them out?
Yes.
It's updated numbers and also.
Okay, well, I still had to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, other members of council. Just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about the shelter side of things, offer you a sense of a couple scenarios that we're looking at for your consideration. And I should say that where we are right now is at a certain crossroads in terms of the shelter. Thanks to your support, the shelter has operated for 5 seasons now. And as the report mentions, those 5 seasons have been a function of space that the city has helped the program secure, and then volunteers who, from year 2nd to the present, those 4 current seasons, they have provided the shelter. They have provided coverage. They have staffed the shelter for the past 4 seasons, and that kind of brings us to kind of where we are now. Because I will say, after those 5 years of sheltering, the volunteers are tired. And I think we really are at a crossroads, and it's my humble opinion that the volunteers are, they have the will. I just don't think that they have the means any longer to come during this season and provide shelter overnight as they've been doing. So before you, what I'm sharing are 4 scenarios that speak to options that you have to consider for tonight. The first scenario assumes staying at the current location and operating at the same as we have the last 5 seasons, from November 15th to March 15th. So you see, under that scenario, we would extend the lease for the use of 712 West Broadway, and the annual cost of that is $19,000. That's a little bit more than we've been paying in the past years, but that's the price for renewing this lease agreement, and it's generally within the scope of what is available in terms of the current allocation that we put aside for the shelter. The additional cost would be the contractual services to operate the shelter, to staff the shelter, and that would be, we've just approached one vendor. That vendor was Commonwealth Catholic Charities. They were the vendor that provided the operations for the first year. And so their cost to provide shelter for that November to the March time period would be $22,200. So the total cost under that scenario is about $41,000, and what that is in terms of additional costs going into a new year would be about $22,000, because again, we already have some allocation built into the budget. So minus the additional cost for the staffing of the shelter, we're talking about $22,000. The second scenario assumes providing shelter at the same location that we have for the last 3 years, releasing that property, and a scenario providing shelter year-round. It's my understanding that was one of the options that council just wanted to consider. So we're offering that. So the cost, the same amount for the annual lease for the building, which would be $19,000, and the cost of the contractual services is $87,600. Considerable amount than the part-time basis. One, because the contractor on the seasonal basis would be paying an hourly rate to an individual. If they went into a year-round program, they would have to hire somebody on a full-time basis, and then they would have to add benefits to that position. So that's what's attributed to the greater expense. The total for that scenario 2, which includes the lease of the property, year-round contractual services, is $106,600 minus what we already have in the budget. So the additional total would be $87,600. Okay, scenario 3 assumes a relocation of the shelter program to the St. James Church. And under scenario 3, keeping to the seasonal shelter program, November 15th through March 15th. Under that scenario, the annual lease proposal is $33,000 for the year. The contractual services would be $22,200. The combined total would be $55,000. Again, we have certain operating amounts built into our budget. Subtract that amount, and it would be $36,200. Again, part-time shelter program, new location in St. James Church. And if I haven't lost you yet, the final scenario, scenario 4, would be a year-round shelter program relocated to St. James Church. Under that scenario, annual lease would be $33,000 for the use of the facility. The contractual shelter management fee would be $87,600 for a total of $120,000 minus what we already have in the budget allocated for the shelter for this coming season. And that total would be $101,600. So those are the 4 scenarios that we're considering that specifically relates to the operation of the shelter.
And let me add, the volunteer issue was so critical this past year that there were several nights where the shelter could not open because volunteers either had not signed up or did not show up when they had signed up. And we don't want that to happen moving forward. Trying to simplify this, I see it as 2 decisions. One is the facility, if you want to do expanded services and also potentially grow that and offer more, then we're talking the difference between 19,000 currently at the building that we're in versus 33 for St. James. So that's $14,000 increase, and you get the facility that way. The other question is, if we're running a homeless shelter, you have to have somebody operate it. And so the question is, do we want to pay $22,200 a year for 6 months of operation, as we've done, November 15th to March 15th, actually 5 months? Or do we want to do a year-round program, as some has suggested, at $87,600? So I think it's 2 separate questions.
Excuse me, Counselor Pelham? Okay.
And that kind of summed it up. I mean, that's where we are. We're looking for your guidance. There is a regular item on the agenda tonight. We have a deadline approaching in the next 30 days to either renew or not renew the current lease. Plus, St. James is waiting for us on a decision on whether we want to lease their space. So we're kind of in a timeline here where something needs to happen in the near future to resolve this. And so here are the suggested options.
It's Counselor Pelham, Counselor Randolph, then Vice Mayor Bennett, in terms of who hit their lights first. But I just want to say one thing about the presentation. Keep in mind also the opportunity grant that we work on now, which is the Community Enhancement Implementation Team. Part of this vision was part of that project as well. We're trying to rope in the services. We also asked to take a look at District 19, in particular, mental health, when we came back from Atlanta in October. And it just so happened that the task force is having the same thought process. So when you go back to your notes from our strategic plan, and we talk about the coordination, collaboration of services, in particular community services, this is what this is talking about. And then I'll also say, because it wasn't mentioned too, that in terms of the task force, myself and the former mayor was appointed to it. So the vice mayor needs to be appointed to serve on it with me, because that's how it was, the mayor and vice mayor appointed to the task force. Just so we could do a reminder to make a note to correct that. I think that's the last thing I just want to add to.
Can I add one thing?
The coordination.
Can I add one thing I meant to say before, Ms. Pelham? Father Goldsmith has worked with us extensively, and he's fairly new to St. James, but he, along with the congregation, made a conscious decision that they want to become more of an urban church, involved in the community and providing services to the community, and not have that asset of that building just sitting there not being used, but for 1 hour a week for a couple CCD classes, and then the secretary's office in there. They want that building utilized by the community, so they've been very engaged with us on this, and I think they've given us a very reasonable lease terms for that facility, because it's probably 4 times the amount of space we had in the other building, and the other building was going to cost us $19,000 this coming year. So that's all I had to add.
All right, Counselor Pelham, Counselor Randolph, and Vice Mayor Bennett.
First of all, have you inquired about any other church in the area that may have like facilities that may be interested at a cheaper rate?
I haven't inquired. I've made a extensive trip all through the community, going by every church I was aware of to see if anybody had a large school-like building that was vacant. I looked to see if any of them had large buildings that were vacant, like a school-like building, and they were the only ones that I could find that had that.
Well, I'd like to give you a couple other churches you can look into first
Oh,
before
we'd
we
be
make a
happy to.
decision. And the other thing is, who's the contract shelter management? Is that gonna go out on an RFP, or we just gonna accept one District 19 as the sole?
No, it's not District 19, it's Catholic Charities.
Them too? Is
They-
it gonna go out for
we-
anyone
we-
else?
We'll get pricing. We just know they'll do it for that amount. We've had a conversation with them. We'll check to see if there's other services out there that
Can I
will do it.
what, can we do a RFP to see what other services?
I don't think we have time to do that this year. I think maybe we could do it for next year, but we're not gonna sign a long-term agreement with whoever we do it with. It'll be a one-year agreement this year.
Why don't we have time?
Because you know, those RFP processes take 90 to 120 days to get through them. And by the time you got somebody hired, the shelter would already need to be open, and I don't know if they can get ramped up and staffed up in time to do it.
But the billing is available through September, is that correct? So they have June, July, August, September that we already paid the $19,000 for on Broadway.
Yeah.
So they can't work in there temporarily till the RFP is put out.
Well, we could bring Catholic Charities in fairly short notice to operate the facility if the decision was to do it year-round.
But
And we
I would
could-
like to see what other opportunities are out there that may match what they're offering, as well as the facility itself to inquire with the other churches is to see if they have like facilities as St. James to compete with the price for lease.
If you would give me the,
will.
if you email me the names tomorrow, we'll follow up immediately. But I couldn't find anybody that had a building that large that's isolated that could be separated. All the other buildings were part of the church structure.
Well, I'll come back for another question later, but I had something that slipped my mind.
Okay. Counselor Randolph?
Oh,
Tell me how many beds were in the seasonal shelter on the West Broadway?
It was 18 beds, but one time, the first year we were there, I think, we actually squeezed in on cots in the halls and elsewhere. I think we had 25 people was a peak that we had.
What's the potential for beds in the new location?
Probably 2 to 3 times that for men and then another whole setup for women equally. So it's 6 times more space probably.
So you're looking at 80 people?
Yeah, I think you could handle 60 easily in that facility, but I mean, I don't think our homeless group is that large.
Where would the money come for the additional cots and supplies?
Well, we've been fortunate that we have quite a few available that were provided to us, and so I don't know how many more we would need. I don't think we need any more at our current rate, but if that population started to grow, I think we could raise that to the faith-based community pretty easily.
Are you done? Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Randolph, for asking that question. That was one of my questions as well. And my other question is, have you seen where there were anyone that was turned away because there weren't enough beds? And my only concern is if there's not enough beds and people are turned away, where can they actually go? Can they be transported to another shelter, or are they able to just hang out?
We've turned a few away, but not because there were not enough beds. It was because they were either under the influence of alcohol or drugs or whatever. They were violating the rules that we have to come in. I could see a scenario potentially at our existing facility where we would have more people than we have bed space. We were close to that year that we had 25 at the door. But I don't see that happening in the foreseeable future when we have the capacity for 4 times that many probably.
Okay, that was just my only concern is
Right.
if there's an influx and how would we actually have a plan to, handle that. So, thank you.
I mean, I think, Ms. Bennett, I think that's the beauty of this facility. It is so large, and we're leasing a part of it. But if we need to expand, there's still 4 or 6 more classrooms, Father, that we're not even putting under lease.
Okay.
So we could expand pretty easily for that or other services.
Are there any other shelters around the Tri-Cities?
There was a Salvation Army shelter in Petersburg, and that closed not last year, but the year before, I think. And we saw a shift in population at our facility where a lot of those people came over to here because there was no shelter in Petersburg.
Okay.
That was a men's shelter only though.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a
But the
female
care shelter is still open.
Right, that's true. And we have very few women in the Hopewell shelter. I'd say the most we've had on any given night is 4 or 5. The female population, unless it's like an all-women's shelter somewhere, have been reluctant to go to shelters. This facility enables us to totally separate the populations into separate areas
Okay.
altogether, so that may provide more opportunity for those who need help.
And just one more. And those that were turned away for drugs or alcohol, are they escorted to another facility where they can get help? I know that we do have the opioid task force. I mean, because I just want to ensure that there is safety around that, especially when you turn them away for drugs and alcohol. Where are they going to go? Because they're in the city and they're among other residents.
No, we have not in the past, but that's
Okay.
one of the beauties of the consolidated services. If we've got several multiple services running on the same umbrella, if you've got somebody with an addiction problem or something, we may be able to refer them into some
Right.
other help. The only resource the volunteers had at that shelter was to say, no, you can't come in, and notify the police. They would normally notify the
Okay.
police that we just turned so-and-so away. And the police were very supportive of the operation, and
That's
they made
awesome.
nightly checks several times during the night, and they would respond instantly if we had a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Counselor Denton has to speak, and then I do, and then we'll start the second round, and Counselor Pelham had a light on, and then Counselor Randolph. So Denton, Gore, Pelham, Randolph.
I just wanted to clarify, when you said the Catholic Church, you're actually talking about the school building that is separate from the church?
Yes, ma'am. It's a separate standalone building that's not connected to any of the other facilities.
Right, and that's what makes this quite unique from, like, say, my church is the Baptist and it's all one big building.
Well, there's far more than that makes it unique, but that is part of it. It also has 2 very distinct entrances that we can control. And one entrance can be for the homeless shelter only. And then the other entrance, which is separated significantly from the other, it would be for all those other services. And it's kind of a normal grand entrance into a facility. So it enables us to separate those populations when you may not want them merged together.
Right, and this would be available 24/7?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
Yes, ma'am. We would use it
every day.
Yeah,
I
we'd
guess,
use on
for the week.
evenings and weekends for counseling and all different things. It would be activity there pretty regularly.
Which would keep it out of the church and their activities.
And I think the
so-
church still intends to use, of course, this building's so big they can do this. I think they still intend to use a couple of their classrooms for the time being for Christian education on Sundays. I would leave that up to them, obviously.
I like the idea of it, not just the homeless, but these other services would be vital to our
Well,
community.
and one reason why this location was so enticing to us is, 1, the food pantry's a block away. 2, it's within very short walking distance of 2 of our housing projects where needs may exist. It's close to downtown. It's very centrally located. It's on a bus route. There's a number of reasons why this location would suit so well. Like they say in real estate, it's location, location, location. That was a driving force to be in the downtown area or not further out than like 15th Avenue because of the buses and transportation and accessibility. And I think this offers all that. So,
And it gives us that opportunity to service more people.
yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few comments and questions. So Mr. Dane back briefs me at the end of every opioid task force meeting, because some of them lately have been overlapping with other meetings. And so I really haven't had detailed conversation with him because I knew that this was coming. So I'll just do that disclaimer. As you know, I support this for several reasons. My big question is, in terms of the part-time position or full-time position, if I heard you correctly, that would be a position that we're funding for the Catholic Charities?
Catholic Charities provides shelter management services for several shelters shelters all over the country, but several shelters in this region, in Richmond and elsewhere. So they're experienced at this, and that's why we went to them to find out what the price would be. We used them that first year that we were at Mountie School, and they did a very nice job of managing the place for us. And as we had volunteers to get in there, they welcomed them. So we could still use volunteer for some, but they have a shelter manager there who knows what they're doing, has been through training and so forth. It's not just some random person.
Okay, so I guess that leads me to my next question / train of thought. One of the, I don't want to use the word critique, but one of the concerns that we've had regarding the warming shelter was the fact that they did not offer year-round programs. And we've been very consistent in asking for some other services. So I'm really grateful that you brought this up. However, I still hear the conversation being around homelessness versus like wealth building and bringing people up and through, like kind of what Councilor Denton was talking about. If you have someone, transition. But it's not just about homeless. That's why I said wealth building, because it's about those who need services in the community as well as those transitioning. So if we put a lot of emphasis on this homeless side, which I'm still an advocate for, who is going to manage the space for the other partners? Because it doesn't need to solely be about the warming shelter again. And so we mentioned having all these different partners at the person helping with those satellite offices, making sure things are in place for them. There needs to still be some type of assistance there, bless you, in that regard. And so
Excuse me.
I have a concern about that, because I really think that if we're going to be looking at how we deliver services in the city, then we need to put in the investment into making sure that those things are properly managed.
Can I answer the first part for you?
Go ahead.
Part of that's our mistake for not being more clear. First of all, the homeless piece is a separate floor from the other piece. So there's clear separation there. So that's beneficial, but also it requires that somebody manage that. You're entirely correct that as this service expands, we're probably going to need a part-timer or somebody there managing that operation, that facility. Ray's talked about maybe having a social services person there that's channeling that. We're still working and developing that piece. I would also mention that Catholic Charities is our suggestion for this year, only because we know they know how to do it. We've used them before. But I could envision, if we're going to do this long-term and year-round, I could envision that we actually could probably hire somebody cheaper than this.
Instead of doing all of this, not trying to be funny, why don't we just create the position?
Well, we may be able to.
Well, I think council needs to talk about this now. We're about to enter another budget cycle, and there's people who have the same skill set out there in the Commonwealth. I can't imagine we can't find someone who doesn't have this type of skill set. And then also, we talked about the Medicaid expansion. I distinctly remember asking him while he stood up here, is this person going to be doing community programs outside of Medicaid expansion? Are they going to be researching how to bring new things in? Do you need extra people to do these things? And then when the former mayor was here and she wanted to put signs up to deter panhandling, my concern was, okay, you can put a sign up, but what are you going to do to help people who are asking for money? You can say, don't panhandle here. I mean, that's fine, but what are you going to do in return? It should be a resource number to say, here's a number to call, and here's who you connect to get resources. But then we identified we didn't have someone in the office that could be, has always been there. And so my question is, it still ropes back around to connecting people to the proper services, whether it is in the social services office outright, and then with these new add-ons. So I think that the need exists already to have someone in this capacity. And I think this is in addition to what we already recognize as a void.
Well,
so
and I think if you took that, $87,000, I think you could probably hire a manager of the operation and also a part-timer to help manage the operation.
Yeah, I think we should look
for
into
that
that.
amount of money.
If this is a
but
work,
can I say one thing about?
Can you hold on 1 second? If this is a work session to talk about these options, I'm recommending that you come back with an option to do that, because again, we have a city need to fill positions and to work with our services as a wraparound services. We talked about our statistics in our city's our strategic plan. we looked over the demographics, looked over the need within the community, and we clearly see that there's gaps in terms of services already. So I think that there's justification for that. And then the other thing is, before you comment on this part, when you come back with some other options, if council agrees, to look at, you said the building is split into two, to figure out what services we could put in certain sections. Because when we talked about this, you and I mentioned Creative Workforce Investment Board having their satellite office over here, and they're willing to bring someone over. The James House is willing to come back over to Hopewell, and they were here before. So when you look at those things, can you show us how you plan to map out? Because I also want there to be services, to Councilor Denton's point, for enhancing people, not just helping transition.
Right.
You know, so.
Right.
but you
Can I
had something to
mention
say
one
with that
thing
point.
about the homeless population that we've had the last 5 years? From year to year, as we transition from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, each year, the group we had the year prior, the majority of those people have been transitioned out of homelessness into housing. The faith-based community has been really good about working with us and finding finding housing for them, finding jobs for them, getting job skills for them. They've done a really good job. And literally by year 3, we weren't seeing any of the people we were seeing in year 1. And by year 5, we have a totally different population than we had in year 3. We have been transitioning some. Now, I would say the last 2 years since the shelter in Petersburg closed, we have more people with mental health issues, and I'm not sure if that's because Central State's releasing people and they don't have anywhere to go and they end up here or what. I'm not sure what the situation is, but this population in the last 2 years has been tougher to solve. I agree with you. Transitioning them is what we're trying to do, but
But
now
it's
we're
not
trying
only
to add
about
on.
transitioning people. It's helping the transitioning, but then also helping those who are currently in Hopewell that may need services, that are maybe in public
I agree.
housing or low income,
I agree.
or maybe just need. We have a
That-
large percentage of poverty, as you and I have
That's where I
talked
was
about.
going with it.
Yeah, so
This
it's
opens
not
the door to
just
so much more.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's why we need to look at who we're going to be inviting in this space to see if there's cross need, right? Going back to that cross collaboration between services and departments to make sure it's just not focusing on one demographic. But thank you, Councilor Pelham, and then Councilor Randolph.
Okay. You mentioned upward to 80 people. Does the $87,000 from Catholic Charities include that many people being managed, or do they have a subsequent limited number of people,
That is for them to manage the facility for us year round. They
regardless
say-
of how many
they-
people?
They have not put a cap on that. That's up to X number of people.
All right, does the $33,000 for the lease include utility costs?
We're paying a flat rate, $33,000 a year. We don't pay utilities and such.
No water, no lights, no
No,
gas?
they're
no
building that into the cost of the lease.
Okay. Now, we keep talking and interchanging the word homeless shelter and warming shelter. Which one are we talking about?
Well, it depends on what decision you'll make.
Okay, I mean, because I understand that there are different guidelines for, the reason we could get the warming shelter for the last 5 years, for that reason, it provided a limited amount of warmth or air conditioning during the summer. But when you get down to doing a homeless shelter, there are federal and state requirements that I guess this facility probably would meet better than the temporary ones we've had in the past with Melanie and even the doctor's office. So have anyone looked into those requirements to see if we in fact can meet those? Or
Catholic
Mr. does he
Charities
know?
has consulted with us. They do this all around the country. They know the federal and state guidelines, and they've said this facility is adequate.
The person that we contracting with certified that it's okay. Is
We-
that okay?
we've
Mr.
dealt with
Mr.
them.
Spicer, does he have a better answer?
He's gonna have the same answer, but you're welcome to ask him.
I will, because I think the city should have an answer, not the people you're contracting with.
Well, they're experts at this, Ms. Pelham, and we trusted their opinion. They showed us how to run a shelter the first year, and we ran it the next 4 years based on what we learned from them that first year. But in looking at this facility, Jay Brown, who is now the CEO of the Richmond Diocese of the.
But
he's told us as an expert on homeless shelters, he's told us that this facility is very well suited, and they would be happy to manage it.
But before you say that, I was involved deeply in the first couple of years that we had a shelter. And that management really entailed sitting at a desk, making sure people acted appropriately. And unless I missed something during my couple of nights stay there, what else would management include?
They helped us establish all the guidelines of what, the materials we had to have there for them, whether it's bedding and things like that, the cleaning process you have to go through on all that material, the entry rules, whether somebody can come in or not, what you can terminate people for and escort them out for. They established all the rules based on their national guidelines and all, and helped us through that process.
So now that we have that, then I agree, then why would we need them to come back and do that if we could you give us a cost of what it would cost for one of our people, one
Because if
employee?
you're doing just a warming shelter, the 22,000 is probably a bargain. If you want to go to an annual process, do a year-round shelter, then we probably can't afford to do it. But I don't know that we can manage it for $22,000 very reasonably.
For 4 months.
For 4
So
months.
you're giving two different prices now. 22 is for the 4 months, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
87 is for the entire year.
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Spicer, you can answer my question there if you will.
Well, I just think based on the experience that we know Catholic Charities has, that they come with those credentials, and they've just been doing it for quite a few years, so.
And I know their credential as well, but if we're gonna let a contract out for $87,000 to $100,000, it wouldn't be appropriate to do RFP?
No, it would be.
Okay.
But I don't know that we have time to get through that process this year.
I think we
It's
can
still
have
being set
time.
up. Well, it depends on how fast y'all make a decision. If y'all decide tonight that we could,
No,
we probably could.
we're not deciding
Okay,
that.
then we're probably not gonna have time to do an RFP for this
I
year.
hope.
But we're giving you options to get us through this next year and move into the future. But I think, I believe that the mayor is correct, that if we're gonna do this long-term year-round, we probably could hire somebody and get them trained and let them run the facility.
But since they've done all the stuff up front again, I'm not willing to pay that kind of money for someone just to sit there and just babysit people who are transitioning to keep warm either.
It's far more responsibility than that.
That's what you say, okay.
And,
What
but I'm
else?
not suggesting we pay 87. I told you for 87, we could probably hire a part-timer and a full-timer to make this thing work.
So you're gonna bring that information back to
So I
us?
would think it would be considerably less than that.
Okay, so you'll bring that back to us then and have a comparison? Maybe? Can we do that?
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Counselor Randolph and Counselor Parton.
Mr. Dane, can you clarify for me, my understanding is that we're gonna rent a portion, potentially rent a portion of this new building. What percentage of the building do you think we're looking at renting?
Either more than 50%, but not much more.
And it is 22,000 square feet, and this is,
Can you come up to the mic if you're gonna answer the question, please? Thank you.
Oh, that's right, 'cause I'm not counting the kitchen, the cafeteria, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
ladies and gentlemen, the facility is 22,000 square feet, and the proposal is for 5,700 square feet. There's a very large cafeteria. There are 8 classrooms upstairs, and so it's sort of half of the downstairs, and then right now 2 800 square foot classrooms that are upstairs.
So we're looking in that square footage of 5,700 square foot to put a homeless shelter, but we're also looking for others to work with us in this overall view to be housed in this building as well. Is that part of the 5,700?
Yes, there's 2 800 square foot classrooms in addition to the downstairs space. Also downstairs, there's a office in one classroom that probably could be sectioned off or kept off from the homeless shelter that could provide even more space.
So in the lease that you're looking at, we would have the ability to sublet to other facilitators? Is that the point of what we're trying to do?
I don't know that we'd be subletting. I think we'd be making the space available so those services could be rendered here in Hopewell.
Okay, so the other services are not going to contribute to the payment of this overall. It's just us giving them space to facilitate.
So that
help
those services
transition
can,
and
right.
give I just wanted to clarify.
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Thank you.
And I would like to point out one thing, that going back to District 19, we're gonna lose that service to Southside Regional in the next 30 or 60 days at the most, if we don't have a space for them. And so even if we're debating or wondering how to manage the shelter and whether it's gonna be a 6-month or a year-round or whatever shelter, having the facility available keeps the District 19 service here, and it immediately makes available that classroom space for District 19 to offer clinical classes and the peer groups that you heard from, and the health department to all offer classes in those other classroom spaces. So if we're looking to move forward and changing from where we are currently as a shelter and expand our services, we're gonna lose District 19 if we don't do something relatively soon. Even if we don't decide the homeless piece tonight, we deal with that later, I think it's critical that we get space.
Counselor Parton.
So the cost that you've provided us is the cost for the actual building itself and then the management of that building. Do you have an idea of how much all these programs are going to cost?
Well, I don't think the programs are gonna cost us anything. All those services are being rendered by these different groups free of charge. We have to make the facility available so they have space to do it.
Okay.
So now, it may get to the point where it gets so active, or we add so many other services in there that we need a receptionist or somebody there at some point. I don't think we're there immediately, though. That's something we could address as we move down the road.
Okay.
I'll just say this last point, and to answer Council Pelham's question, she asked again about the difference between homeless and working shelter. Again, just remember, we folks first spoke about this, we was talking about all the different offices that are not located in Hopewell that deliver. So the key is to bring them here, that we can directly provide resources to our constituents and our residents without them having to go to them. Because if you go back and look at the statistics that we went over in our advance, a lot of people do not have transportation. A lot of households are one-car households. And so there's difficulty in people being able to have access to this information, also know about the information. So we're trying to close all those gaps to provide comprehensive support. In District 19, again, we reached out to them to make sure we can get some services in Hopewell with the Sally office and some other people that we're talking about. But again, I think we're looking at how to approach this. I wouldn't look at it as being a homeless/warming shelter at all.
No, I agree.
It is a resource center for people, a community, like a resource center. And so some of those clientele may be those that are in homeless and need to have a transition. Some may be those who are in different circumstances in life that need to have these services, whether it be financial support, whether it be workforce development, whether it be mental health or substance abuse counseling. It could be anything that they need. And so I think that we need to get off of the thought process that this is what we're focusing on, because I think it's also making it difficult to digest. We're just getting rid of the warming shelter because we are getting rid of that lease, but this is a bigger approach. And so to answer your question, it's neither a warming shelter or a homeless shelter. In terms of the services, what he's saying for is if we had the offer for people to come and provide resources, either for that segment of the population, it's either 4 months or 1 year. But whether or not we do that, we still need to have a venue for the other services that we need to provide our community. So just keep that in your mind, that if we can't find a way to make this work with the shelter, you still have to have something for people to get these services. But to your point, when you come back with numbers in terms of the 87,000 or the full-time, part-time person, if you could look at, because it says 87 for the year round, if you could look at probably seeing if they can do the shelter management, I want to keep bringing that up, part of it for 22,000, the rest what we would need for have a person be able to manage that space. Like, see if you can do both with their expertise, like you tried to highlight, and then bringing someone else in. Look at different options.
I would think that 22 doubles to 44, but that still leaves 43. So I think you've got enough flexibility there that you could possibly. But let me run the numbers, and we'll get back to you. But I implore you that so we don't lose the only District 19 presence that we have in town right now, and don't gain more presence from them that they're willing to give us by giving them a facility. We need to resolve the facility issue if at all possible, and deal with the management of the facility at the next meeting or future meeting.
So, and we'll move on from this. She has her light on, and Council Bowman has light on again. We'll move on for this after she comments. The Workforce Development Board was in Hopewell / Prince George, but it had a Hopewell address. A couple years ago, it moved to Petersburg. Red Cross was in Hopewell, moved to Petersburg. James House was in Hopewell, moved to Prince George. All of our core functions in terms of helping people have left our city to go to other places. So now we're trying to get them back to provide services to our community, the people that need it from who we're representing. So when you think about these wraparound services and what people need, think about the fact that they used to be here and now they're not. And so we need to get them back.
May I close my part with, one, I agree 100% with you. And I think the only reason you saw warming / homeless shelter was, that's what we've been calling it. But that's why I opened it with, this is much greater than that now. And we see this as a community services center, where it's a conglomeration of things, including a homeless shelter or warming shelter, whatever we want to decide there. But that is just one of many services that would be delivered there. That's just what opened the door to talking about it. That's why it was
Correct.
presented like it was.
Correct. Thank you. Councilor Pelham.
And so with that again, when you come back for the Community Resources Center, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see where you're going with that. Can you also provide the space that District 19 would need? I'm not sure what you're on the corner of 6th Avenue, correct? Where y'all, did I
There in
work
John
in?
Randolph Hospital is the only presence they have right now.
The Wellness Center. Okay. And so whatever you want to place in the Community Resources Center, if it's a healthy family, Susan, I understand, maybe getting evicted as well. So,
Yep.
right, so it makes better sense to me when you expand the term and say Community Resources Center versus
Right.
warming. It cannot be a homeless shelter.
Right.
So make all those options and lay it out, just like you've done these 4 options. In addition to, because there are people that I know actually who retired and are qualified also, that may want to do something part-time. They may meet the requirement just as good as
Well, if we
Catholic.
hire the position ourselves, it wouldn't be, volunteer one day a week. If they
No,
want
it's
to do
not
part-time,
volunteer, I'm talking about paid staff.
It's gonna be paid regular
Yeah, so
part-time.
bring those numbers back to, that's all.
There is an R item tonight later, and we will be asking you to at least approve the facility, to move forward with that, because if we don't, District 19 will no longer be in Hopewell. So we will be asking you to do that during the, whatever R item it is.
And all they do is the Wellness Center now in District 19?
Currently, that's the only presence they have in Hopewell, but they are waiting for us to provide space for them, and they're gonna offer all their other programs here. They don't have space for us here. We've been working with
The
Ms.
CEO.
Tunstall
She
on
come
this.
up and comment
Yeah,
so we
Ms.
can
Tunstall.
wrap
Is that
this
what
up?
the CEO has approved by his board?
Hi, yes, my name's Jennifer Tunstall once again. What we were approached with was to bring in substance use treatment from the opioid task force that had asked for a presence. We do have a clinic in Prince George, which is combined with our Hopewell residents that come to the Prince George Clinic. So what we had said is if a space was provided, then we will move, as soon as we get it licensed, an intensive outpatient substance use therapy group, which is 3 times a week, to Hopewell if we have the space provided. That was our limitation, is we do not have a space. We have the space in Prince George is where the residents come to now. We would be able to provide transportation to individuals to and from the groups, which is what we currently do with our intensive outpatient treatment. The second program is our Crisis Assessment Center, which is at the Wellness Pavilion at John Randolph. And that is where we provide crisis intervention services, and we assist law enforcement with being able to more quickly release individuals to the officers there on site so that they can get back out on the street when there is an issue with someone who may need hospitalization. That can tie up law enforcement for hours. And so it's a benefit to law enforcement to have an officer there at the Crisis Assessment Center, which we do staff with law enforcement, for them to be able to hand that individual off to that officer, and then the individual that picked them up can get back out onto the streets.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any other questions or discussion? I don't see any lights. Thank you, Mr. Dane, for
Thank
bringing
y'all
this
very
up.
much.
Thank you for coming with these options, and we look forward to having the rest come up, but thank you for being responsive to the different things that we brought up before. This is the only item in our work session. We're starting a council meeting a little late, so we'll move into our regular meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order, Madam Clerk. Is there a roll call, please?
Excuse me. Mayor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton.
Here.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome our visitors in the audience this afternoon or evening. Thank you for joining us. Sorry for the delay again from getting started. We would like to begin our meeting tonight with a prayer from Reverend Leroy Mashore. I'm sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly, of John Randolph Pastoral Care Center, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag of the United States of America by Councilor Denton. Please stand.
Good evening. Let us pray. Almighty Father, who is gracious and all wise, in sincerity I give you honor, glory, and praise as I acknowledge you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for your grace. And we thank you for your peace. Oh God, it is with the ability to be involved in youthful work which bear appropriate responsibilities that we now pause to seek clear guidance from you. As citizens entrusted to obey the governing authorities that you have ordained to promote peace and order and justice, I therefore pray for the Honorable Mayor, the Honorable Vice Mayor, the various levels of city officials, and for this council assembled here this evening. Heavenly Father, I'm asking that you would grant them insight to govern amid the differing interests and issues of our present day. Grant them a clear and true awareness of the needs of your people. Grant them an acute duty to uphold fairness and correctness. Grant them assurance in what is good, noble, and true. Grant them the aptitude to work cooperatively in agreement even when there are honest and varying perspectives among them. And grant them peace, prosperity, and pervading purpose in their personal lives, and unbending joy in their roles as public servants. Gracious Lord, I pray for the agenda set before them this day. Please give an assurance of what would honor and what will enhance them as a council, and what will benefit those who live and work in and around this. It is in the name of Jesus Christ I do pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So I normally go over some different points in the consent agenda.
Did you want to adopt or amend?
You want to adopt it now?
The agenda, not the consent agenda.
I'll call on Councilor Randolph to make a motion for the agenda.
I'd like to amend the agenda under regular business to add as a new R1, the acquisition of Shiloh Lodge to move IR2 appointment of city attorney to R2, and have the remaining regular business to follow in subsequent numerical order.
Second.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
second. Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. So the agenda, the items that I was referring to, we have a new pending list included in our packets. Council will make some changes to that later on with the city manager, but that's listed as some of the requests I've been holding. We have a work session coming up on the budget on June 4th. Another work session for a spotlight with code enforcement, a train station, and a conditional use permit on June 11th. We also have a financial report included. Is there any questions about our financial report from members of council? Okay. We also have a public hearing that we're notifying for June 25th, a rezoning of 2 conditional use permits. Included in our packet is minutes from several of our boards, the Housing Authority, Recreation Commission, the Community Policy Management Team with CSA, Planning Commission, and the City of Refuge Recovery Center. They provided some information for us this afternoon. We're moving into our proclamations. We have a proclamation for our census. We do not have anyone here tonight to accept it, and that was planned, but since the clerk took her time out to really make the proclamation nice and pretty, we'll have her read that first, and then we'll move into our EMS week for proclamations.
Census Awareness Day. Every 10 years, Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution
It's okay.
Okay, is that better? Mandates a count of all the people living in the United States and its territories. And whereas the 2020 census will address every household in the nation with a simple questionnaire with the goal of counting everyone once, only once, and in the right place. And whereas data obtained by the survey will be used to help determine how approximately $675 billion will be distributed from the federal government to state, local, and tribal governments annually. And whereas up to $2,000 of federal funding will be lost for each person not counted, as well as upwards of $20,000 of federal funding lost every 10 years. And whereas a complete count requires that we bring together leaders from all communities of the Commonwealth so that every Virginian, regardless of racial, social, or economic background, is counted. And whereas Governor Ralph S. Northam has established the Virginia Complete Count Commission, which is comprised of 40 members to collaborate with community partners and local complete count committees to ensure an accurate 2020 census count. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Hopewell, Virginia do hereby proclaim April 1st, 2019 as Census Awareness Day. And witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the grace of the City of Hopewell in the Commonwealth of Virginia, this 28th day of May, 2019.
Thank you. So council will be establishing our count committee. Councilor Denton and I are co-chairing that together. We did have a presentation from our local office at our last meeting, which is why this is on the agenda. So we have some recommendations from her as to who can be on this, but we still have to meet to get that together. So hopefully our next agenda, we'll have some recommendations along with the city managers. It's been a delay, but we'll get that out soon. And hopefully we'll have citizens on it because that's the intention, is to have citizens represented on the census committee. We're gonna move on to the EMS proclamation. I will ask council if anyone wants to join me down for this, please come down as well.
Oh, good. EMS Week. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of Hopewell Fire and Rescue and Hopewell Volunteer Emergency Crew are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, answering 3,886 calls for service in 2018. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas the men and women of the law enforcement agencies of Hopewell unceasingly provide vital public services. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, in recognition of this event, I do hereby proclaim this week of May 19th through the 25th as Emergency Medical Services Week. With the theme, EMS Strong, Stronger Together, we call upon all citizens of the City of Hopewell to observe this occasion by showing their support for local EMS professionals through appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And witness whereof I've hereunto said my hand and caused to be affixed the great seal of the City of Hopewell in the Commonwealth of Virginia this 28th day of May, 2019. Jasmine Gore, Mayor.
I'll just say some brief remarks, and I pass it on to the Chief and the Vice Mayor and the other member of council that would like to speak. I will definitely say thank you to the Chief for putting this on the agenda. I think this is the first time because we've done this in the city. So, you guys, or at least long time, it's just his idea to make sure we recognize members of his team. I would definitely say when we hear about public safety, oftentimes people don't think about EMS. The fact that when we have emergency, you're the ones that call, right? Or when we have even just routine events, recreation activities, you have an ambulance thing off to the side in case someone gets hurt. We don't pay attention to that. Or we don't pay attention to the fact that when we call 911, we're expecting to see your lights pull up when we need help. And oftentimes, a lot of times people don't keep you guys in mind when we think about those who are out in the storms, right? When we're at home safe, you're out there helping people or just being on standby for someone who's going to call you because they will call you. And so I just want to say thank you for putting your life in danger oftentimes too, because you're out there whenever we need you. And we respond to scenes as well. And also this opioid epidemic that we have going on, you guys are also responding to that, and you could be injured as well, or cross-contamination or things of that nature. So I just want to personally say thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's very hard. I know you work very long shifts as well. And so we definitely wouldn't be safe here in our city without your hard work. I'm going to pass it off to the Chief.
I just want to speak on behalf of them that I appreciate what they do. I believe it was 3,886 calls last year. That's a little over 10 a day. That's a lot, especially for a small city. That's not including fire or other public service calls. That's strictly just the EMS calls. These guys and girls work hard. They get the patient to the hospital, turn around. There's times that we can get 3 or 4 calls in a matter of 5 minutes. Have to rotate units and mark units down, trying to make sure we have ambulance to cover the calls. They're fantastic about stepping up to the plate and hurrying up and getting that report done, or God forbid they go back and have 3 or 4 reports to write sometimes because they turn the patient over and come out and do the right thing and get back out to help the people in need. So my hat's off to them. They work hard. They make my job easy. They're always out there, and 3,800 calls in a city this size is a lot of calls for that 10 a day keeps them on their toes. So my hat goes off to them, and I appreciate what they do.
Yes, I would like to thank you because EMS, EMTs, they are lifesavers. They're lifesavers. They are the doctors. They're at the front line. They have to triage and make sure that everything's okay. It's more than just answering a phone call at home. They have to make sure that we're going to save you. We're going to make sure that you get to the hospital. They are the responders. They're the ones that actually talk to the doctor, let the doctor know exactly where they are, what their vitals are like. And I really want to thank you because nobody ever says, yeah, these are the EMTs, they're just going to take you to the hospital. It's so much more than that. You guys are the doctors, the physicians on the field. And I really want to appreciate you And they also, not only do they, I know you guys do a lot, but it takes triage. If you have 10 calls and you only have 2 ambulances out there, how are you gonna maintain that? So it's a lot of thought process. You guys are brilliant, strong, and also they have to make sure that they're physically equipped. So it's a lot, and keep up their training. So I really want to appreciate and thank you guys for everything that you do. And when I call 911 and I trust, send me Hopewell EMS, please.
Any member of council?
I would just like to say thank you personally for your work you did immediately this morning. I've had the opportunity the last week to see the EMS at work. A bus accident as well as a fire down less than 1 block from me. And the family was gracious in the work that you provided to them. And of course, the schools were too at Harry James. The kids, the triage was outstanding. You made the kids feel comfortable. I mean, it really was amazing just to observe the care and compassion that your staff has. So God put that in my eyes for a reason. And I thank each one of you personally for all the work that you do.
I just want to thank you all. Mostly, I can't speak for everybody, but I typically get a lot of complaints from citizens, and I can actually say that fire and EMS has not been one of those. So thank you guys for doing a good job and making my life a lot simpler.
I'd just like to say one thing. A lot of times, we don't say thank you until it hits us personally. And I just want to thank all of you for the assistance that you gave to me and my family, because I know you give it to anybody who needs it. And it's wonderful to know that you're there. Thank you so much. Right from here, thank you.
I would like to say thank you to each of you for being dedicated. It takes dedication to be an EMS, EMT, to leave your families and return to them. You never know what you're going to encounter when you're out there, but you're always on point. And you know that you have to be on point due to the training that you've acquired to save a life. Thank you.
I'm just gonna say thank you from the heart. Thanks.
Thank you again.
How are you?
Chief, how many shifts do you have with them?
3 shifts.
I still have some ward money. It may not be ward specific, but I would like to give them.
24 on, 48 off. So one shift works 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. from the next one. So they work 24 hours. They're off for 48. Come back home.
I think I see people give food to police, food to fire, but I don't think they giving food to EMS. They get food. Okay,
Well,
make sure.
A lot of the EMS's fire work combined together.
Okay, so they're eating good.
We're all
Okay, I was gonna say if they're not, I can slide a meal their way.
Some are most are ALS. So
Okay.
Yeah, I think
they do both functions.
When they watch the
Council-
tape, they're gonna see you got them out of lunch.
yeah, I'd like to commend Council Randolph and Council Parton, who recently contributed to police and fire out of their own personal funds to feed them. So.
Oh, you already did it?
Just police, fire's coming.
Oh, okay. Well,
Counselor Denton.
I thought it was both.
And Counselor Denton did it as well.
Thank you.
Well, you said you did police.
Sheriff and police, we did and.
They're next.
Yes, and the fire is next.
I've already made him a
And it
promise.
wasn't out of order.
Okay, so you guys got their feeding handled.
That's right.
Well, thank you guys for already thinking about that. Good idea, thank you. All right, so the next item we have is additional announcements, is our council retreat, part 2, June 6th through the 8th. We're gonna have to reschedule that because of some conflicts from some members of council that have come up. That's later on the agenda, so I will just omit that for now in terms of us discussing it. We didn't call an actual date, so we can go back and change it unless it's called a date. It is a date that we have to. So, Mr. Attorney, C9, it is calling the council retreat date on the 6th and the 8th. Can we table that or address it when we get to IR? I have it on the agenda because it got revamped. IR3 is where we have to pick a new date.
You mean C10?
Mm-hmm.
You wanna move to amend the agenda?
Yeah, because isn't that considered notification because we said the date and we said it's for the advance? We have to reschedule it, and so it's on IR3 to talk about the proposed date and next steps.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Do you consider C10 as notification of the meeting?
No,
Okay, I don't either. Okay, great.
no, it's a special meeting. You have to notice it as a special meeting.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Right.
I agree with. Just want to make sure because it's in here. It's listed as a date, so we're good. Okay. So public C10, June 6th and 8th, we're going to reschedule, so do not pay attention to that. Counselor Pelham, you had your light on?
Yes, well, I was out, but can't we just amend it to exclude C10? But you said you don't have to do that. Okay,
No, we've already adopted it. We've already adopted it.
okay.
No,
So-
you haven't. Not the consent agenda.
Yeah, we haven't done the
No,
consent.
not the consent agenda.
Okay.
If
You're
not,
right,
then
we
I
did
can
the
make a
regular
motion
agenda,
to
not the
approve
consent.
C through 9 and exclude C10 for the consent agenda. My motion is to accept the consent agenda excluding C10.
Second.
Okay. So I have a point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
So when I was reading consent agenda, I was stopped so you guys can make a motion to adopt the agenda. And then now you're going back to approve the consent agenda that I was trying to read earlier. Nowhere on here is there any spot about adopting any agenda, actually, where,
and you know what, I'm glad you asked
because
because
it's
we've
been
run into
missing for
this
the last
several
couple.
times.
Yeah, it's been
Yes,
missing
ma'am.
from a
During
lot
the
of meetings.
closed
Okay, if you look, when you reconvene into open meeting, is the suggested motion to amend or adopt the agenda as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Then, but
Where is that at on here?
Right
it's
here.
on the first page. But this time, you elected to.
Only
I did the
adopt.
work session,
Right,
and then so we did
you
the,
approved the work session separately, so then we had to go back and approve the whole agenda, and then.
right, so we don't need to do the, that's my point, we don't have to do the consent agenda, because when we do the agenda, when I was stopped earlier, that did the whole thing.
Okay,
Because this is the
that's-
regular meeting.
So are we changing that? That's fine. I didn't
No,
know
I mean-
that we were making that, because ordinarily you guys have separately approved the consent agenda. So if that's a change, I'm good with it. I just didn't know.
No, we have, but like I said, it's been missing off of the agenda packet for like the last 4 meetings, so we've been doing it sporadically in different spots, but since we did this regular meeting, we can do it, I'm just asking for clarity. When we did a regular meeting agenda, it should have covered everything in the packet, and that's why we moved on and did actual business. We already did the items on the consent agenda, we read the proclamation, so now we're going back to approve it, we already did the action.
Okay, so you asked whether this was noticed, and I said no, so you think it's just superfluous.
I do.
That's fine.
But now the question is about adopting the consent agenda. The point that I'm making is
It's already been
it's already been adopted.
Okay.
I
Okay, so
would
we don't need to do that at all anymore.
No.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Well, do you you wanna go forward with the one that's already? Can we get me to do what?
Add the,
Add what? I'm sorry.
putting it, well, when we adopted the agenda here, that was, it is included. I read it out of the wrong spot. So it covered the whole work session. We don't have to do the consent agenda. We just gotta do it one time.
Where would you like it? Well, wait, don't they have a format in their rules? So, at one point, Mr. Kalis, we put it in two different places for this very reason, because there was some confusion.
Right.
So now, I believe if I'm understanding the mayor correctly, she just wants it in one spot. For my clarification, I just wanna know where that spot is, so that everybody's covered or everything is covered.
Well, I think the motion to amend or adopt the agenda speaks to the entire agenda, not just the consent agenda. But if you do it that way, I think she's saying that automatically adopted the consent agenda.
I agree with that. So where do you wanna put the motion is my question, so that that's clear.
So the work sessions, are work sessions added to this agenda, or are they separately? If we use that, should there be another one after this roll call under regular meeting?
I think you're right, Mayor, that if it covers, I mean, if it's gonna cover the whole agenda, it's gonna cover the work sessions and everything else, I'm thinking. Oh, you know.
Because we call a work session, then we call a regular meeting, so shouldn't it be two?
Well, you could have simply amended and adopted the agenda prior to the work session. You didn't do that. I think that's the intent. But to answer the question about where it is in the rules, there are amendments before, it says before closed session, and there are amendments to agenda after closed session, immediately under this, prior to the consent agenda.
I can just ask you offline, because if we have a regular meeting and that's 7:30 notice, I would think that agenda is a separate one to adopt than a work session, because they're called for two separate meetings at two separate times, right? Because you issue a work session at 5:30, and then
I issue one notice.
One notice. You said the regular meeting starts at 7:30.
It says, no, the notice I issue says the closed session starts at 5:30, work session starts at 6:30, regular meetings at 7:30. It's all noticed as one.
Okay, so we can just move forward, just doing one agenda thing, moving forward.
All right, but do you want it after the consent agenda, or do you want it where it is now, just for clarity and?
Where it is now after you come out of closed meeting,
Okay.
so everyone's clear on that. We're gonna move on to the public hearings. We have the first one, public hearing number 1, conditional use permit.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Bennett, and all members of City Council.
That's me.
No, no.
No, definitely. Can I get to the public hearing?
Yes. Thank you all for bearing with us for a few seconds. As you remember, I was here on May the 14th. We had a work session to discuss this very conditional use permit. It is submitted by Barber Construction Incorporated. Mr. Barber is unable to be here tonight. His son is playing in a championship baseball game, so of course he wanted to make sure he was there. They could be going to the state, so he is very excited. I do, however, have the owner of the property, Mrs. Mary Kamjambu. Forgive me, Miss Mary, if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, but could you raise your hand? Miss Mary is here. She owns the property, and she can answer questions pertaining to the sale of the property, and I will be here to answer questions pertaining to the actual conditional use permit. If you recall, at your May 14th meeting, we discussed the fact that this property is Zone R2. That's our residential medium district, medium density district. The property has approximately 7,500 square feet, but only has 50 feet of frontage. You're required to have 75 feet of frontage, so therefore he's requesting a conditional use permit. At your last meeting, we provided to you information on the housing inventory. We showed you several houses on that street. This is at North 15th Avenue. The houses, the square footage is 1,400 square feet is the average square footage, and the average square footage for homes that have a basement is 1,800 square feet. The average houses in the area are 1 story or either a story and a half, and we do have pictures here.
Is that the one you wanted now?
So again, like I was saying, the R2 district requires 7,500 square feet and 75 feet of frontage. If this is not met, it's considered a non-conforming lot and a conditional use permit is required. The conditional use permit provides the applicant must give all side yard setbacks if it's just 10 feet, and the maximum home width for this particular property can only be 30 feet. This is the inventory that was provided to you, and I won't go over that. Here you have the representation of the houses that are on this street. This is 203 North 15th Avenue. This is 220 North 15th. This home is considered a 4-square craftsman style home. It's 2 stories. Here you have another 218 North 15th. And as you can see, this street could use some improvement as far as housing is concerned. This is 214 North 15th, 217, 212, and 207, and 213. This is 204. What we talked about at your work session was the applicant providing a craftsman's bungalow style home. The average square footage would be 1,400 square feet with at least 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. After our work session, we had 2 additional meetings with the building official, and it was concluded that the owner could actually provide a home that had more square footage and a 2-story home. And so with council's approval, that is what he wants to do, and I will tell you why. In looking at the house from the front yard to the back, there's a 10-foot drop. And so the applicant, along with the building official, thought that providing a 2-story home would decrease the footprint of the house and allow for a larger backyard. And with that, he is going to build this house here. This is considered a craftsman's 4-square. It's 1,664 square feet. If you recall, it's similar to the houses that are across the street from this property now. This is one example. Another example of this home is here. And so the conditions for the conditional use permit would be similar, all except you would have 1,664 square feet instead of your 1,400 square feet that was provided to you in the work session. He was unable to be here tonight, but he has provided a letter saying that he is in agreement with the 1,664 square feet with all of the conditions that are in your packet and that were provided at your last meeting. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and Ms. Mary is happy to answer any questions about the sale of the property.
Thank you. Councilor Pelham?
The home will look just like, exactly like you depicted on this photo, correct?
I can't say exactly. It probably will not have the same colors.
Other than
that,
colors,
you
but
may
the
not
design.
have the window that's in the middle.
Okay.
Other than that, yes, that will be the home.
With the brick
Versus-
foundation as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Foundation, no brick like we discussed.
Any other questions?
And he's willing to do the 1-story craftsman's bungalow. He's willing to do this, but he's also willing to do this. And staff is recommending this home here.
Most of the houses there are 2-story. as I remember traveling in there.
Several of them are two-story, but I think this here gives the city more square footage for a larger family to come and stay. And again, they would have a larger backyard in order to have open space in the back.
It's nice.
I think it's a win-win.
Tell Mr. Barber, thank you.
Counselor Denton?
Just a general question.
Yes.
Is this, do you know if the home is gonna be for sale or is it a rental?
It's for sale.
It is for sale?
It is for sale.
Good, okay.
Any other questions before we open up the public hearing? There are no other lights. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. I'd like to open the public hearing. I do not have anyone signed up to speak about this issue. Would anyone in the audience like to speak tonight regarding this? Okay, no one's come forward to speak. I'm closing the public hearing. Would anyone on council like to entertain a motion? Councilor Parton?
Before I make the motion, I just want to ask a question to the city attorney. For this, since it's a conditional use permit, do you want, in the motion, should we include specifically all 8 criteria? Or just state as presented tonight in the resolution?
I might defer to the former city planner, but if you're moving to approve it,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure you need to, but if you're denying, I think you would.
It's my opinion that you should list all of the conditions
Okay,
What she said.
in your motion.
okay.
This is the current.
I'll make the motion that we approve the conditional use permit with the following 8 criteria. 1, the home shall be no smaller than 1,664 square feet. 2, the home shall have 3 bedrooms and at least 2 full bathrooms. 3, the architectural style of the home shall be a craftsman. 4, the exterior material of the proposed single-family dwelling shall be vinyl with the textured accents such as shake. Number 5, the proposed single-family dwelling shall have a brick foundation on all 4 sides. A brick foundation is consistent with the foundation, therefore shall be used. 6, consistent with the majority of the homes on 15th Avenue from West Broadway to City Point, and the home shall have a front porch the width of the home, and the porch shall have tapered columns. 7, the single-family dwelling shall be 2 stories, and finally, the home shall have windows on both sides of the front door.
Second.
Any other discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Before we move on to R2, I'd like to excuse Counselor Parton.
R2.
I'm at public hearing 2, I'm sorry, public hearing 2. You still have to.
Okay.
Isn't that still what he has to be excused for?
No, it's R2.
Okay, R2, okay.
Is it?
I thought it is.
PH2
No,
is the city
PH2?
budget.
PH2,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry, we got R2.
Sorry, I thought you said
PH2.
R2.
Okay. Moving on to the PH2, which is the school budget,
City overall.
the city and the school's budget. You'd like to go ahead and do your presentation for that?
Well, tonight, we just left the public hearing open for tonight. If any additional citizens would like to speak, they can. I hadn't planned on going through the presentation again since we did it at the last hearing, but I know that we only had 1 citizen speak at the last public hearing, so having an additional opportunity for citizens to speak tonight. And I apologize for there not being a CAF. I know I filled it out, but I'm not sure what happened in our new software system, so.
Can't hear you. I'm sorry.
The backup information is not.
Yeah. Signed up.
We do have someone signed up to speak for the public hearing tonight regarding the school and the city's budget. forgive me, we moved our numbers around for our agenda earlier, so I got a little confused for a second. But I understand that we did leave this public hearing open. If you could just share anything for, because we do have more people here present than what we had when we had the public hearing. That's why we extended it. We had no one present at the last meeting.
Briefly, the city's proposed operational and capital budget's a total of $164,643,811. That's across a total of 11 city 31 funds. We added an additional fund this year, which is the debt service fund, to get to 30. This is an increase of about 2.8, let's just say $2.8 million, or 1.73% over the FY19 budget. The majority of that increase comes at the water renewal facility, with increases in some revenue towards that will ultimately go towards capital and some operating expenses there. The proposed general fund, which is what we operate under here and provides the money to the school system, that's the total operating fund budget of $52,303,029, which is a decrease of $615,043, or 1.16% from last year's budget. We are anticipating some loss revenue from M&T with some pending cases we have, so we built that anticipation in our budget so we wouldn't have to go back and make amendments there. We also had an increase in our expenses to the regional jail as a result of one of our regional partners being very successful in some diversionary programs, not only with their jail but also ours. The other regional jail partners have to make up that $1.3 million shortfall, so we had an increase in our requirement to the regional jail, as did the other regional partners, to make that up. We will have a fee increase related to the increase for our refuse contract through Public Works. We also had a debt service increase this year of $750,000 that we had to meet that requirement for the operating budget. There was no tax rate adjustment, so there's no increase in any of our tax rates. Council did vote to hold the rates as is. We did not draw on any undesignated fund balance to balance the budget. And what we did was we looked at operationally all the city departments, looking at a three-year average of expenses to budget, use that as our baseline to budget off of. There was no increase in our healthcare costs to our to our employees. We're meeting all of our mandated service requirements with social services, CSA, health department, and others. So this is an important point to stress. There were 42 positions requested in the budget. There are only 2 recommended. So it was reported that we had 42 positions included in the budget for an increased cost of $2.2 million. We are only recommending the conversion of 2 part-time positions to full-time positions in the city budget for a total net impact to the city's budget of $32,415. So we're not adding 42 positions for those of y'all that read the paper. There's no new debt that's being issued, and we have a cap on our capital projects, and we're funding approximately $1.3 million in capital in the upcoming budget. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and certainly the floor open for citizens to provide comment.
All right. Is there any other questions for council? There are no lights. I'm going to open up the public hearing. No, it's already opened. We have Mr. Osborne that signed up to speak from West Rock. Are you still present? Do you need the rules for public hearing read before you speak, or you're familiar with them?
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to read the statement, please.
All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number. Excuse me, and limit comments to 5 minutes. No person shall be permitted to address council a second time until all others have been heard, and no one may speak more than twice on any subject in any one meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only. There should be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council.
I
Thank
understand.
you.
Okay, Mayor Gordon, members of the city council, my name is James Osborne. I'm the general manager for the West Rock Hopewell Paper Mill. And as many of you know, we've been in operation here for many decades. We currently have about 300 employees that work at our facility. It's high-paying, modern manufacturing jobs. We make paperboard for corrugated boxes, and we spend tens of millions of dollars per year with our Virginia-based vendors. Many of them here are right in the Hopewell region, and we contribute about $2.3 million annually in taxes to the city of Hopewell. We consider ourselves an integral part of the community and an economic cornerstone for the city of Hopewell. We are also one of the users for the city's water treatment facility. This plant is unique in that it serves both of its industrial customers like us and the city residents. Among the industrial customers in for the treatment plant, West Rock has been allocated the largest share of the operating and maintenance costs. That's about 50% of the cost is the part for West Rock. And in 2018, we paid nearly $7.5 million for wastewater treatment services. It's about half of the operating cost for the facility. The Hopewell Mill is actually we have one of the highest costs for water treatment of our comparable sister mills. So there's many facilities for West Rock that make paperboard the same as we do. In our current operating cost structure, we pay about 4 times what other facilities, some of our other facilities pay for operating costs, and we are more than twice the next highest one. That puts us at a competitive disadvantage when we compete for sales orders, not only with other companies, but with our sister mills across the country, and it puts us in jeopardy for capital funding and business. We believe the water treatment plant can continue to operate in an environmentally responsible and legally compliant manner without a rate increase this year. And we encourage the city to adopt a budget that does not add to these costs. The increased cost to the wastewater facility will be pushed through to West Rock as a company. Thank you for consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
So, thank you. So normally during public hearings, questions are asked to me. So I'll extend it so that people can ask questions. I saw people like making faces when you're talking. So I know they have questions as well. My first question, if you don't mind, is did you share this with the commission as a whole, your same thing that you just shared tonight, did you share with the commission?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, and the second question I have,
The Water Treatment Commission?
yes, you know what commission I was talking about. And then the second question is, do you have this information provided, at least typed up, or a way that you can give it to us in writing so we can review it after you leave here this afternoon, or can you provide that to us? What you just read out, did you have a letter so I can go back over what you just went through?
I can provide you with some information. Yes,
Okay, thank you. And when you do, just please provide it to the clerk or the city manager, and they'll distribute it to council. Councilor Randolph, and then Councilor Pelham.
And I had the privilege of talking to you all earlier, and the city manager and I talked about the conversation that I had with you all. And my understanding from the city manager is that the increase is not in this budget. Could you help us out there?
Yeah. So the budget that was presented and reviewed by the commission, I believe, discussed a rate increase. And the commission voted, I'm trying to think of the number of members, but it was something to 1, and West Rock was the one dissenting vote to that budget with the rate increase. However, the budget that's presented to council and up for consideration does not have the rate increase included in the budget. So I set aside the rate increase. I don't think this is at the appropriate time to consider a rate increase at this point, particularly when we're looking at our existing revenue streams to be able to handle the increase in operations. So there are no positions nor a rate increase included in the Hopewell Water renewal budget for the upcoming year. when we have a discussion of rate increase, we'll do that mid-year with council to see what that rate increase and if it's needed before, as a prep going into the next budget cycle, but there is not a rate increase in the current budget proposal.
Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, thank you.
And Councilor Pelham had her light on as well.
What was the commission's response to your information when you presented it to them? And I will ask the same question of our representative on your commission. Your impression of what their response was.
I was actually out of town. I had a proxy vote in my absence.
Okay, you voted no, of course.
Yes.
Mr. Parton, were you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Or if you would mind.
Sure. So the commission, when we were talking about rate increases, is the wastewater treatment plant itself has been operating on a deficit budget in terms of how much money actually comes in. And they have been drawing off of the reserves from their rainy day fund in order to meet their annual budget. Now, because of that, they've done this for many years, resulting in a huge depletion of their reserves, which, as we learned at our last meeting, the more money you take out of reserves, the more it impacts your bond rating. Well, we decided that in order to replenish those reserves and also to have a rate that actually satisfies the amount of money needed to operate the plant, we needed to do these rate increases. And
For everyone,
Or just
for
the-
citizens, or
just
just
for
the,
No, so the rate would affect the citizens themselves, it would affect commercial entities and industrial entities.
so everybody, basically.
Right, so everybody would end up, it's because the actual rate is based off of how much each partner uses. So West Rock itself is the largest producer of wastewater, and it's based off of a formula that is your quantity and your quality of contaminated wastewater that goes through the plant. And because they are the largest user and have more contaminant waste, they end up paying more than we do as residents because we don't produce as much, nor do we produce the amount of toxic chemicals that need to be treated before it gets permitted, released back into the actual river itself.
So with that information, so they still just have one vote, even though they may use more and pay more.
Correct.
They only still
Everybody
have
has
one vote.
Right, every plant has one vote, and the city has three. The councilor member that represents citizens, you got the city manager, and then the city attorney.
Who's the third person?
The city attorney, the manager, and then the council member that serves
You.
there. Correct.
Good way to express that, okay. So y'all three representing the city basically agree that there was no increase that would be imposed this year, but potentially.
So the vote that occurred, the city, everyone with the exception of West Rock voted for the budget, which included a rate increase. But when it came to me, and I looked at the projection and the projection of increased revenue, I decided not to include that in the recommended budget to council because I think it's kind of difficult to recommend a rate increase when you're showing increased revenues, projected increased revenues in the current year. So what the thought was is that we would have a discussion with council in the fall about a potential rate increase that would become effective with the next budget and what that would need to be. And part of that conversation would certainly be Mr. Sanderson with regard to the impact it would have on your reserve required for your bonding. And there may be a little bit of a dip, but right now, as we know, we don't have a rating, so that doesn't have necessarily an adverse effect on the rating. But didn't look like a adequate time or correct time at the moment to impose a rate increase from my perspective, given some of the comments that have been made by council with regard to our need to look at compliance with audit issues. So we would have that conversation in the fall.
So my question is, you voted yes for the increase, but then you decided against it here.
Actually, the day of the meeting, I was not there.
Okay, so then you didn't have a chance to talk to Mr. Osborne. Did the other commissioners know what your,
I didn't speak with Mr. Osborne, I spoke with Mr. Mills.
same company?
Yes, and let them
Okay.
know. I haven't talked to the commission yet, but part of this is my recommended budget to council.
So when you,
I understand what the commission is saying, but at the same time,
okay,
as we're looking at an increase that will be in that same bill for trash, for our refuse pickup and disposal.
We've been looking at the cost to citizens with keeping the tax rate the same, but their assessment's going up, and we've been stating that that's still gonna increase costs to the citizens.
Yep.
So, to me, I would rather not have that conversation till later in the year about what we need to do if the city manager feels that we can maintain without an increase to the citizens at this point.
well, I agree, we did, the assessments went up, so we can't feed people to death either. Fee equals tax, you might call it as something else, but it is money that people gotta pay out of their pocket. So whatever we call it, we need to be really careful about going up on other things when we know that the assessments went up. We didn't increase the taxes, but that's gonna yield some additional revenue, so,
And the council seems to have a lot of questions about the water renewal plan anyway, that we all need to discuss.
it's a whole lot of questions I have about it.
That's when I say this, I'm not trying to be funny. You seem to know a lot about it. I mean, because you said we.
They reached out to me. They thought that
No, I'm not
their
being-
plant was in my ward.
No,
I explained to
can I
them.
finish
No,
my
no,
statement?
I'm
I just
saying
said,
I did.
yeah,
And-
but let
and
me
I
finish
told
my
you it
statement
wasn't,
before you
and
say
that
what you
was
did,
hers.
because I wasn't trying to be funny. That's
But
why I started
I went
off
ahead and
saying I'm not
talked
trying to be funny.
No, I know
But
you're
let me finish. You seem to know a lot about it, because you said we during your conversation, and I was just checking with her, 'cause I didn't.
Council.
Oh, no, when you were just talking just now, you was talking about Mr. Altman and the plan in the commission, you said, we thought to come back later on in the fall. You said conversations about, clearly there was discussions about how to proceed. So my point is, oh, you talked to the city manager and Mr. Parton, obviously, no?
No.
That's how it
explained to
came
Mr.
off.
Parton- I explained to Mr. Parton because he was on the commission after I talked to West Rock. I did not initiate the conversation, they did with me. I talked to the city manager afterwards, just like I did Mr. Parton, as a courtesy to both, to let them know.
So you did talk
that-
to them. I mean, I don't have a
Just
problem with it, I'm just
about
saying.
what was said.
Right, so my point is, you guys are, there's 3 conversations, and the reason I got up is because I don't recall seeing any meeting minutes from your meetings recently. Have any minutes been submitted to council for us to even review?
It'd be the January minutes, because we haven't approved our April ones, because we haven't had a meeting since then. We only meet quarterly.
Okay, and there's been no other update to council about any of this. So, thank you for coming, because if not, you wouldn't know about it. So my issue is, thank you for bringing it to our attention. I understand why you talked to her. I don't have an issue with you talking to her getting information at all. My point is, it would just, Councilor Randolph, my point is that the rest of council didn't know. So my issue is, we're about to adopt a budget, and we're talking about how they passed to increase their budget. And then there's a conversation about coming back in the fall about a budget we just recently adopted for next year. I get the strategy, but I feel like we should have known about this before now. But my thing is, now it makes sense why, and I'm not trying to speak for you, Councilor Parton, when you were putting a push to do, this is my question to the manager, I understand his logic, and I understand what they were trying to do, it makes sense. So I'm not upset about this, I'm just caught off guard. So let me make clear, I'm not upset with anyone right now, I'm just caught off guard. So, before I ask my question, I wanna make sure I'm understanding correctly. When they say the increase, right? So the fees, and they clarified earlier, they said it's not just the plants, it's also the residents, it's the whole kit caboodle, correct? So if that's the case, it makes sense when Councilor Parton was asking for us to consider doing a sewer rate increase. Is this what this was coming from these conversations? Because earlier you had asked for us to consider doing a sewer rate increase. Is this what's connected to this conversation?
No, the reason why that I mentioned this briefly with everybody, but when I mentioned that, we ought to have looked at reducing the tax rate, is because
No, I said you asked to increase the sewer rate in particular. Is that was tied
that's
to this?
That's
Stormwater?
The reason that I asked for the real estate tax rate to be decreased is because I knew that sewer rates were going to go up because it had to be done. And that's why I made that comment, and also mentioned about the need to increase the stormwater fee, and that if we're increasing these fees, then let's lower the real estate tax so
Okay.
everyone stays relatively
I'm
neutral.
sorry, I'm gonna call a point of order. My point of order is we're in the middle of a public hearing. I'd like to move on with the public hearing. And if we go into the back, then we can discuss all this. I
I'll do another
understand.
point of order. I chaired the meetings and you commented earlier and now I'm commenting. And so per public hearing rules, the questions can be asked to me and I send it to everyone else. You commented, now it's my turn to make my comments and to ask my questions. If
You're
people
doing
want to
more than-
speak,
I
I
think you're
can.
doing more than questioning. I think we're getting into an issue that.
Can you point of order
Well,
yourself, please? Because
understandably.
I'm asking questions the first time we're hearing about this, and so I want to get clarity. We're about to adopt a budget. The commission's budget is included in our budget. I need to understand it.
It's not included.
So my question is, the comments that was asked earlier in terms of council, there was a discussion about increasing the sewer rate. I can go back to figure out what meeting it was, but it was.
Asking me to rule on the point of order.
I am.
So I'm gonna rule on the first point of order in time. And I think public hearings are designed to hear from the public and ask questions of the public. It seems to me this has turned more into discussion, and the proper time to have discussion is after a motion is made, in this case, to adopt a budget. And I don't think a motion's been made to do that, so I don't think discussion is proper amongst city councilors. You had a point of order.
So I'll move forward and I'll finish making my comments, but if we're making, I'm not saying to you, I'll do it after we have a motion, that's fine, I'm agreeable to that. But point of order still have to be recognized by the chair. I didn't recognize her point of order, but we can move on with that. So I'll wait to ask my questions when we have a motion to be respectful. Please don't leave the audience because I can still call on you to ask questions if you're present, and we can continue this during that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments for the public hearing about the city's budget and the school's budget? Public hearing is closed. Would anyone like to make a motion?
People.
For discussion?
For the purposes of discussion, I'll make a motion that the council approve and adopt the annual budget for 2019-20 fiscal year 20.
I'll second it for discussion. I have my light on. Discussion. So my point I was making is, there was a conversation previously about us increasing the sewer rate. I'll have to go back to, figure out what meeting that was, but I specifically remember that conversation because the point that I made, and the city manager touched on it, is I didn't feel comfortable supporting the request to increase sewer rates because I said that we had to fix the contract. And I said that the city manager was already addressing those things, that he had already identified them with his staff. They have another contract underway, and the point was to see how much money we will recover from the collections. For the people in the public, for years, the contract had a hole in it in which the vendor that we contracted with did not collect delinquent taxes. And so we were missing $700,000 a year. I'm just going off the top of my head if I remember, I think $685,000 to be the correct number, but roughly about that much for a number of years. And so my point was, now that he's here and he can address the need to get a new contract and he's working on it, let's see what recovering those lost funds will give us, but then also moving forward with the new contract so we wouldn't be losing funds to begin with. So that creates some money for us to get in hand as opposed to raising taxes. And then I also said the point about once we get out of our audit issues, the city manager is going to be working with the finance director to make recommendations about our budget processes and some of the other needs that we need to address, some of the issues within that department. For the past few audits that we've had, they've been clearly identified that the wastewater enterprise fund has had financial reporting issues and some things incorrect in terms of how they do their policies and procedure collecting funds. And we haven't gotten around to getting to the bottom of that because we're still in the process of doing the audits. So my thing was, I didn't want to raise taxes on citizens when we have so many big red flags and holes that need to be filled. So this conversation to me ties hand in hand about why that came up. And I will go back to figure out what meeting it came up because it did come up in a meeting. I'm not making that up. And I do remember him saying that that was one of the budget questions that you had gave us information in our packet when we asked for him to answer questions about what we could look at in recovering fees. So I know this came up and he gave us information about it. So I would say I understand what the city manager's plans are in terms of addressing this. I think he clearly had a plan to come tell us this, but I think him coming just kind of threw out the schedule ahead of time.
Well, there isn't an increase in this budget.
Right,
So
so
there
that's-
wasn't anything to tell you. We had a rate study done. I think I think some people got out a little bit in front of me and y'all on the rate study, and that's fine. That's what I pulled it back if we're gonna talk about it. But we also need to be able to see some incremental things that we can do before we look at addressing the rate. We need to look at that not necessarily from a collection standpoint, but where are we with our reserve requirements with regard to our debt commitments. But we can have that conversation in the fall and not as part of a rushed budget process.
Right.
So that's why I made the decision not to include the rate increase as part of the budget. The increases that we have in revenue are not part of a rate increase. They're just, we're receiving more revenue because of leachate that we're processing through there. So that's increasing revenue for us. So yeah, there is not a rate increase included. That's why I didn't mention a rate increase as part of this budget or the rate study, because I also want to look at that rate study and look at a few different scenarios before we bring that to council for a larger discussion at a later date.
So, yeah, I'll pass that on to whoever has anything to say. I agree with you, but I think this is a lesson learned for even our representatives on the board. Whenever something significant like that happens, even though it may not be relevant right now, the fact that the conversations happened, the vote took place, someone else could have contacted us and we would have still not known about what was going on. And so the fact that they meet quarterly, even when we have on the agenda reports from council committees, there could be a verbal report to share some information like this, so we're not stuck in positions like this when we have something that comes up. And I understand the logic that you're saying, so I don't have a problem with that. I just think that a vote like that, and then in terms of increasing, and then to talk about raising fees and other comments made, just to me, I think it should have been said. But I get it now, and you gave your information to. Can you make sure you email your information to the clerk so when we have a conversation, we can get that and we can talk about it in detail. Does anybody else have any comments to say about the budget in general?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we're talking about city's budget and the school's budget.
I do.
Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Randolph.
Can you go to page 8 of the, after the appropriations page? And
What page?
8 about after the presentation type budget resolution. You have it, Mr. City Manager?
You're in the actual budget resolution. So sections 2, 3, or 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Section 4, I guess I should have said that. Yeah. And I think 25,000 was the amount. I think we changed that at one point, used to be 50, is that right?
I believe it has come down, yes, ma'am.
Somewhat, okay.
And at some point in time, I'm not sure when, but I know 25, I believe, is what's in the current year.
Right. Can you explain to me then section 9, about the sewer services capital projects? Does that mean that you alone can approve a project without letting us know?
No, so this deals with an existing project.
Okay.
So the manager may authorize a transfer of sewer services capital projects funds that are 20% or up to 100% of the original project cost, whichever is less. So it would be a project that was previously approved, but let's say there was a change order that came up during the project because of something happened,
Change
need
order.
additional funds. I have the ability to make or approve the transfer up to 20% or $100,000 for that. I can't create a new.
Okay, so change order, that
Yeah.
triggers something in my mind, I know what that means. Okay, so $100,000, that's a lot, I think that's a lot of money without the city council knowing. I think that's an impact on our budget, isn't it?
Well, all the
Oh,
dollars
it's-
come out of the sewer fund.
Okay.
So, but if that transfer were to happen, that was something that would be reported to council in your monthly report.
Okay, would it be, so the commission would have to approve it or make a recommendation to you first, or?
The commission would approve the project initially, and if we're running into, if we're running into an issue with a project and there's a requirement for a change order because of an unforeseen condition, then this gives me the authority. Anything above that would go to the commission for them to discuss and authorize additional funding for.
Okay. Section 14, instead of the Director of Finance authorizing transfers between funds, why is that not your name? I don't think.
I think we've provided, well, I think it's there because the Director of Finance actually makes the transfer. Shall transfer funds only as needed up to amounts budgeted, so.
But it sounds like
and that's
he's approving it, though.
Well, I think it just authorizes him to make the transfer. Ultimately, he comes to me to get approval, and he's authorized to make that transfer.
Is there a way we say this, how you get it done is up to you, but I think that only should be the city manager. I don't know how the other councilors feel, but the way it reads now, looks like the Director of Finance can make the authorization and make the transfer, the way it's written. And since you're the city manager, it should be under your responsibility and authority, and then if you direct him to do it, then that's okay.
So can we say the Director of Finance, per the approval of the city manager?
Yeah, something that, just say the city manager is authorized to make transfers. And we know you probably gonna use the Director of Finance, but something with,
Okay,
'cause we don't control the Director of Finance, correct?
correct.
We can't hold him accountable
So
for a
you just wanna
transfer.
say the city manager?
I do, I don't know about the other council, but in the motion, I guess,
On 14?
yeah, section 14. To me, it reads like the director can,
That's how it always read.
I know it always, but listen. Does anyone have any objections to that, council members? Okay. And that's all for right now. Thank you.
Councilor Randolph?
For comments on the budget, I am not at a point where I am comfortable with the current budget. As we've seen, I appreciate the time and effort that's been put into it by the city manager, but I have several areas that I'd still like to see cut. And council budget, I'd like to see cut by 60,000, which is consistent with what I sent in to the mayor at her request, as did the other city council members. I think that travel can certainly be cut in about half. I don't think that council members, in my opinion, need to travel for 4 different trips a year. I think that 2 would be sufficient, more than sufficient, at least in my mind. This is all my opinion, and I'd like to see the cut of several other departments. We received recently some 2-year history from a couple of groups, or at least one year or 2-year history. And I feel that based on the lack of planning and some other things that their budgets or finances show, that I'm reluctant to fund the downtown partnership, the full amount that they've been getting for 6 or 7 years now, simply because last year they lost money after our continued funding. Secondly, the Office on Youth, the Youth Commission, I'm not willing to continue their funding of $250,000 a year of level funding. I think that based on some of the history of losing 2 coordinators and some other things in the last year, lack of plans and finances, that I would like to take that down to half, with the opportunity that should they want to move forward with additional funding later in the year and can show that they need the money and they've used the other money, then we would potentially look at that. But I think that is a quick staffing change of about $200,000 that I think we can save. And to look at that seriously, and until we do, I can't approve the current budget.
Does anyone else have any comments? There are no lights. I have a couple of. Counselor Denton, I'll go. Then go
I
after
would
you.
just like to, look and reiterate a little bit of what Councilor Randolph said. I too feel there are areas that we can cut. If we look at this, it's a pretty straightforward budget, but I think there's some areas that are going to need some additional funds. I know I went to a meeting last week and realized we really need to get our IT department up in the 21st century, and it needs some additional money. So I think we need to look at some of these departments, including City Council, and cut these where we possibly can. And so this will allow some money to go elsewhere in the city that will do the whole city a lot of good. So I agree with Councilor Randolph. There are areas that I feel we can cut and we need to cut so that it will allow us to get, as our mayor has said so many times, back into the 21st century. So I will be looking very closely as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'll do my comments. I have some questions of the city manager. First one is section 2. Normally that section doesn't read that way, if my memory serves me correct. My concern is the last sentence is really not a concern. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. No constitutional officer shall be compensated for vacation, sick, holiday, jury service, military leave, funeral leave, or other paid time granted by city employees. Don't they get PTO?
No,
No,
they get.
Through us?
No.
They don't?
They have
They
unlimited.
automatically get it.
Through the state?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just adding clarity to the section. Okay.
They
Because
get,
it wasn't there before.
oh,
No,
I get what he's saying. We don't pay for it.
the state doesn't either. They have unlimited,
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
364 days a year.
Then
Shouldn't choose.
the other question I have is on section 8.
Mm-hmm.
It says the city manager may approve necessary accounting transfers between funds to enable capital projects to be accounted for in the correct manner. Where else does it say that the city manager can now transfer between funds?
Well, this would be, this is only within
capital
capital.
projects.
Within capital.
But
It'll be, I think the reference here is the funds between projects, not inter funds. I can't approve a transfer from the general fund to capital. I think this deals with when we close out a project. Let's say Mr. Butler has a project on a
I
neighborhood,
get what you're saying.
and we close that out, but there's funds left over, and they
You
need
can move
funds
it
to make
over.
another project, to finish a project, we have the ability to do
Same
I
that.
think
time.
that needs to be clarified. I get what you're saying, but if it doesn't read that way. So,
Right.
between capital, the CIP,
Right.
is council okay with adding that in front of fund, so it's clear that money can only be transferred from the CIP and not the rest of the budget? Section 10, that language has been changed as well. I get why, to make it less burden, like, to come back for all of the grants. Just for clarification, the second paragraph. Manager is fully authorized to apply and accept eligible grants of $50,000 or less with up to 50% or less the total dollar amount match requirement. So before, any match requirement had to come to council. So this is saying that up to 50,000, you can approve the match.
And this is the language that's in the current year. So we didn't change this for this
I mean, but
year.
it was in our last budget cycle. There's still debate over the current year stuff, but I'm saying, so this is saying that you can do that as long as it's in their budget already, correct? Just want to get clarity on
Use
that.
current budget appropriated funds, correct,
Correct,
towards the
okay.
match.
But the rest of that, so we're not making it less than cumbersome, because there was the conversation I've heard from directors saying that it's kind of a lot to have to come.
Well, based on grant deadlines, sometimes they do come up and there's a quick turnaround. So yeah, I would say there is some level, if you have to wait 2 weeks or 4 weeks, depending upon where we are in the cycle to get something done, it could. But what we're doing is you're letting us apply for the grant. The money's already budgeted. We're not coming, if we have to come and ask for money that's not budgeted, which we do come and stand there and make that
Right, but if
justification.
it's in it, they don't have
If
to
it's
do the
already
extra
budgeted
step.
funds, that's
Okay.
correct.
Section 13, It's not, we've had a previous manager, we ran into this issue. The city manager may reduce revenue and expenditure appropriations related to programs funded all or in part by the Commonwealth of Virginia or federal government. The issue that we had was the governor's office had provided some salary adjustments, and the decision was made to not take it, and it wasn't brought to council, and we could have supported that for those who could have got that extra salary bump. So
Right.
I'm not saying, but you gotta, think
So-
about. I'm
so,
not saying
hey.
you'll do that, but I have to think without, I'm just
Right.
saying, like, think in terms of
Well,
the
so
ability to not be kept in, what I'm trying to say.
no, I can see what you're saying, and the first thing that popped in my head actually was CDBG funds.
Yeah, 'cause
So we
that's
adopt a budget, and then
appropriation.
the federal government adopts their budget, becomes effective October 1, and we actually end up with a little bit less than what we anticipated. All we're doing is making that adjustment without having to come back, because usually it's not a significant amount. I see what you're saying about the
Accepting it or denying it.
right. So I probably would have said we accept it, but because, if we had given them a raise the year before without the state office, I would have probably
Right.
said that offsets that. But yeah, I don't. But this just provides that flexibility as things ebb and flow. We've got to make adjustments to the budgets based on what ultimately the state approves. But if it's a large enough, we need to make sure that we bring that
So
back.
this is providing you just the ability to reduce, not to actually accept or approve.
Right.
Okay, when I read that again, it reads clear.
Yeah, if we get less money, then we have to reduce that revenue coming in and the expenditure going out.
Okay, then my last question is, I can't find the section, or unless she asked it already. I think it's section 5. This is saying you can do transfers not to exceed 25,000, but this is not between funds, this is between departments, correct?
5.
Section 5.
C.
I mean, the whole section, but section C talks about not exceeding 25,000, but section 5 is a section that would say that you can't do it between funds.
Right, yeah, so this just outlines exactly what you can do it for, but not between funds. This would be in the general fund.
But it
These
doesn't say
items.
anything about not being between
Well,
funds.
but I can't make transfers between general and capital. That has to come to council. So in this case, insurance received for a damaged vehicle, we purchased the vehicle out of capital. That insurance money would go back into capital to make that replacement. But I can't come to, Mr. Butler again sorry, Mr. Butler, I'm picking on you, has an overrun in a project. I can't go to the general fund and give him money to do that. That has to come to council to make that appropriation.
And why is that? For that particular example or in general?
In general.
Right, because,
Yeah.
but what says that?
I think there's actually a number, and I can't remember right off the top of my
It's
head.
that
I think there's
number.
one here that says that I'm authorized to make transfers, but I'm authorized to make transfers between funds.
That's
It's
the one
it's-
I want, that's what I want to see. And it's only, and this has been a thing of mine, a gripe of mine since I've been on council, just trying to make sure that it's between funds, especially with our audits, to be able to have that clear understanding about what the budget is. And I don't see it in this
Well,
section.
Is it 18? No, that's just for the audit. Okay.
Yeah, that's 18 deals with the general fund, and at the end of the year with the audit.
Okay.
I don't think
Well,
it's explicitly stated. I think just
so
an
we know,
understanding.
but we also, from my perspective, and along with Mr. Terry, solid financial management practice would require that we bring that to you. We're not going to make transfers between funds unless we do that. So, and I get your past experience, but
Yeah, but you still, even though you may do it, we still need to make sure it's a part of the understanding and writing. So if we can just add that as D, even though you don't do that, you come to us. The other changes that we talked about before, we didn't put all those in here. So, you talked to me about your concerns for those, so I get them. The only one I would just really say is just to say the not between funds because of our audit. So we can just add it to D.
I'm not really sure D is the right place
D or 18.
to put it. But 18 deals with the closeout at the end of the year.
Right. I don't think there's a
Just
section
make
that
another
handles
section
it.
for it. Just add a section. Okay.
So I don't want to, so I'm sensing that things might fall a certain way. This would really be one that I would want to make sure that the language is appropriate.
So if we pass this, can we just say that with the understanding that you'll come back at our next meeting with the correct verbiage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then, thank you. The other thing, is council okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing I would say is, in closing for this, I did ask for council to give their budget recommendations or changes. I gave two options: either give it to me, and I could talk to the finance committee about it, and we can come up with a recommendation, or we can talk about it during the council work sessions. What the majority decided to do was to talk about the work session. So even though I got recommendations, I just got recommendations. I wasn't charged or authorized to do anything more than just receive them. So the discussion for how to do this was always talked about in these work sessions. So we've had several of them, and that's the group conversations that we've been having. In terms of IT, I think you're correct. We did talk about supporting them. You know, I've always said to increase this to the 21st century. There's a lot of updates that need to happen with IT, but we talked about a lot of those in our closed session recently, and I think we're confident that some of the things that we have to purchase immediately or upcoming have already been incorporated in the budget, right, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, so I would say that.
I mean, the major
issues,
needs.
and even if, just from the past year's experience with server crashes, phone issues, whenever IT has had an issue come up, we have made sure to make funds available to address that issue. So we won't discontinue that practice moving forward. We know that we need to get all of our IT infrastructure up to date.
And we talked about the strategic plan for IT that they've developed. That's the city manager's going to share with us soon. That's another document, but the immediate needs have been included in the budget that we've been assured. Youth Services Commission, I agree with some of the concerns, but also remember, council did not appoint any members to the commission for over 6 months, and we didn't have a quorum to meet and actually conduct business. It wasn't until February when we actually got a full quorum for the commission to even conduct business. So, no, we didn't spend money because we didn't have a quorum to do any business. Now we do, and as contrary to just recklessly spending money, we didn't. And I think that should be honored instead of reduced, because even though we didn't have a quorum, the staff in the office could have spent money. So just be a reminder, we didn't have a quorum all the time. The other thing, and I'm not trying to have like a big detailed conversation about this because we've already had one about it, but I just want the public to know, even though there's gonna be differences about how to proceed, that we did not have a quorum for a very long time. Or when we did, we had to like fight to get everyone present to be able to do business. So that's all I have to say in regards to my comments with the budget. I did say for discussion purposes because I wanted to get an understanding about what was going on with West Rock, but it seems like that's not included in this budget, and that's more so a conversation about how to address it moving forward. So I feel confident with what you described, and the rest of the stuff in the budget we already talked about, and you put the resolution in there, and you've addressed our questions that we've had thus far, so I'm feeling okay with it. Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Parton.
I too don't want to have a debate, but the three areas that I've asked for cuts, I think, is very reasonable. With council, we have to lead by example. We have to set the pace, and I think that our travel budget is somewhere we can do that easily without really hurting ourselves. Office on Youth, I'm a supporter. I have talked to several people, and would love to see them have a forum and be able to meet regularly and discuss and do things to move that particular commission forward. Right now, I have not been provided plans, procedures, policies. I know they have some, but hiring someone to write those that didn't end up doing that And unfortunately, losing 2 coordinators in a 1.5 year period shows that there is some need to step back in that group to reorganize and to do what's needed. I think that they can be very effective. I'm just not one, as a financial background person, I'm not one to give a $250,000 to a group that needs to take a step back and reorganize themselves and get moving in a good direction. I know they've had their problems, and that's not why I'm penalizing them. I'm trying to look at saving money for the citizens and the city until the potential is there, which I also included. If they need to move forward, then at that time we can look at them coming back to us and funding them more money. It is simply a matter of being a good steward of the funds, not of penalizing anyone. And so with that, I don't wanna, I'm not trying to debate, I just wanna be clear as to my points. I do like that group, and I think that they will and should become very effective for the city. Right now, it just needs some revamping, and we just can't throw money at it. We've said many times up here, as I was sitting out in that audience, that we couldn't fund the police officers by throwing money at them just to keep hiring more police officers. And so we have to get our different organizations and our different departments to come up to speed and to really look at the funds that they're spending, how they're spending it, and to make sure that we are looking at that and holding everybody accountable the same way. And so that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Counselor Parton?
I agree with some of Councilor Randolph's comments. I do think that we, as City Council, should be leading by example. Mr. Altman has told us, I think, in every single budget presentation that this is not a glamorous budget. There's a lot of things that I wish that, you know, we could do up here as your leaders, but unfortunately, when we don't have an increase of revenue coming into the city, we need to look at ourselves and find ways that, you know, we as city councilors can set the example on where we can find areas to cut. I agree that I think we can find $60,000 in city council's budget. I think there's other departments here in the city that I think we can find some cuts, and I think overall, I think we can find several hundreds of thousands of dollars in cuts. And because our real estate assessments went up so much, and residents are having to pay more money in real estate taxes because of these assessments, I do think that we can start channeling more of that money into neighborhood infrastructure. I think we can put more money into paving roads. I think we can put more money into fixing storm drainage issues. I really think we can use this budget as a method or an avenue to really and truly make some substantial progress and improvements into our neighborhoods. An average citizen will, their biggest expenditure in their life will be their house, should they decide to purchase one. And I think this is a good way that the city can actually give back to the homeowner and show them that we do care about you and we do want to provide you with tangible benefits and a much better infrastructure for the city.
Counselor Pell, you already spoken twice, correct? I'll ask your question and then Michael. Does anyone else have to speak for your second round? Well, you did your second round, Does anyone else have, does your first time? Counselor Dayton, do you have a second round question or comment?
No, I think I've said right now, because all we're doing, we're not taking any action tonight. We're just discussing.
There's a motion on the floor to take action.
Motion to what?
Approve.
To approve it.
Well, I don't see how we can approve a budget that we really have not discussed, and we have talked about this. I cannot approve this budget tonight. The reason being, as I stated earlier, our budget, the council budget, if you look at it, I know it pretty well. It's about $73,000 in travel to go to conventions, to go to conferences, to try to better ourselves as counselors. I have checked different, our city clerk has given us some figures in the past. And the most, if we went to 3 a year, I go to 1. I go to VML, I choose that, that's for me. But I'm saying if you went to 3 of these conferences that are offered, it would cost the city about $5,000 per person. Multiply that by 7. I come up with $35,000 if we all went to 3. Where is the other $40,000 coming from? I have a problem with that. And I feel like we really need to, as a council, to look at ourselves first. So I cannot, and I will not vote for this budget tonight. There are other places we can cut. I think we have Mr. Altman, is it next Tuesday night you want another work session with the budget?
No.
Well, so I had the
have it placeholder.
Yeah, I asked for the work session and with thought that we wouldn't adopt the budget tonight. Just being proactive. Certainly if council adopts the budget tonight, there isn't a need to have the work session on the 4th, but I wanted to go ahead and I was planning for the fact that we may not adopt the budget this evening and have further discussion. Wanted to go ahead and put a date out there.
So we've got a meeting and where we can really discuss these things. And I think we really need to. I'm with Councilor Randolph and the Councilor Pardon when the Office on Youth, we can look at that. We can cut it, but if they show us that we can always go back and appropriate if it is needed. But I can't see just giving $250,000 in a budget when they didn't spend it this time. To me, they're not organized enough. Let them get their strategic plans and get that group organized, then I can see it. But to vote for this budget tonight is an absolute no for me. I cannot approve our budget. I cannot approve some of the others.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? There are no lights up.
I do.
I'll make my last, because you spoke twice, right?
Oh, that's right.
So I asked you a question.
Never
Okay.
mind.
I'll just say this so we can wrap this conversation. There are no other lights. I guess I'll be the last person. As I said before, the Youth Commission didn't have a quorum, so we really couldn't conduct a lot of business. We do have rules, procedures adopted. We do have bylaws adopted. We do have a calendar adopted. We do have a plan for what we want to do moving forward. However, it's very hard to act when you don't have a quorum that council refused to appoint. So we couldn't do anything. We can't appoint ourselves. So we had to wait for the governing body to do its business. In January, February, we did. So that's been taken care of, and now we have to proceed. As I said before, a previous meeting, I just find it to be kind of amazing that this is like the topic of the budget tonight. Like the sticking point is the Office on Youth, especially when it's very clear that there's reasons why. There haven't been a lot of stuff coming out of the office in terms of the commission who oversees the office. But what I would like to see, if we're talking about numbers and facts and figures, the comment was made that $250,000 is too much, they're clearly not organized. How much have we spent on the audits? Clearly over $1 million. You don't know the answer, and you haven't asked. So, we're asking about the Office on Youth.
You're not.
Well, we know the
comparing
reason
apples to
why
apples.
it isn't apples to apples. The CAFR is more important than the Office on Youth when you know the reason why it hasn't been producing a lot, because we haven't had a quorum and we haven't been wasteful in spending money. I think, it is a penalty and a consequence to be fiscally responsible, because we didn't just blow money. The reason why I brought the CAFR is there's been no ask besides Councilor Pelham about how much are we paying for these audits to be completed. 2015 CAFR is still being addressed. new city managers in place, they identified some issues that we were not aware of when they were doing 16's audit. It's causing them to go back. We're still paying that firm. In 2017, we were at almost $1 million 2 years ago. So I know we've got to be over $1 million right now. And I don't hear any outcry about that besides a few of us who are trying to redirect the focus off of council's travel and the Office on Youth to something that's more important. How much are we spending for this audit? Because I don't see us budgeting, like having a detailed budget conversation about how much that's costing us. Again, we're talking about other things in terms of CPMT. You're on the CPMT board. When we talked about the Office on Youth at the last meeting, you drilled me. You sat over there and you drilled me questions. I was answering you back. Everything you wanted to know, I answered the questions to the best of my ability, and I assured you that you would get your finances for the past 2 years for the Office on Youth. You have been supplied them. I did not ask you the same questions in return. I asked for the CPMT board to come to us because we have to pay back $1 million in fraud from that office. $100,000 for the next 10 years because of the audit. Because of the audit, I said CPMT, you're on that board. Do you know where they are with addressing the audit concerns?
Yes, I do.
Do you care to give us the update?
Well,
Because we asked for them to come and present, but I'm not trying to go.
The last audit was in 2017.
Correct.
We have another one now.
Okay, I'll move forward from that. My point is, we're talking about the Office on You, we're talking about travel, but we have a commission that's appointed by council. We had 2 counselors serving on it, and prior to them being appointed to this, has caused us to have to pay back $100,000 a year. Because of their, I said before you got on it. So my point is, I'll just look straight ahead. So my point is, there's a concern about a commission not blowing money, but yet we have a commission that's cost us money. And I don't see a presentation from them. I don't see a call to action to get something done with that commission. We have to pay back $1 million right now. It could be worse when they finish doing the next audit. So we don't know how much we're paying for this current audit. We don't know what's going to come out of the next thing. I'm still talking about my budget concerns. We just got finished talking about the wastewater treatment facility. Apparently, they've been running without having proper money to sustain the operations. That's a red flag. Apparently, now I know why their audit results have been so bad. Now I know why the auditors can't even do an audit because they don't have proper books. So, I mean, I would rather spend time on that. You know, instead of talking about this. And then we talk about what else is another concern that we have in terms of finances that we need to address that are serious, have long-lasting effects. So I would say, yes, we did not spend $250,000. I'm proud to say we did not spend that money because we were not prepared to. And I'm proud to say we took our time to try to get our foundation together. Yes, there are things that need to be improved, but we've been transparent about that. We've been open about that. And we haven't cost the city money. We haven't cost the city money. I mean, you can say comments on your breath, and that's fine. But in terms of travel, there's been a lot of comments about council's travel and the fact that some people don't feel like we should have that right and ability to do so. I'll say, I brought money back to C because of my travel. We're about to get a polling app that costs $3,000. The city is getting that off of a grant from VML. And I got the opportunity through the National League of Cities. One of the budgets that they're trying to cut. So that's $3,000 we got back in our coffers because we got a grant from them. They paid for 3 staff members to attend a grant convening in Atlanta. Our hotel rooms were maxed out at $600, and then we have hotel. Times that by 3, that's $2,500 per trip. So you have $3,000 plus $2,500 roughly. Then we had another grant that we had. They sent 3 people to Orlando. This is all within the past year. I'm not adding up multiple years. So add that on, that's $8,000 I got from 3 opportunities I brought back from traveling. So if people have a concern about people traveling, the question is, what are they doing? What do they bring back from their travels? I could probably say I paid for my trips based off of what I brought back from the city. And another thing and that's foilable too, you can check that. I know people foiled how much my trips have cost, but they haven't foiled how much money I brought back to the city because of those trips and because of the resources I brought back to the city. Our facilitator that just flew down here 3 weeks ago, NOC's paid for her contract to support the city for an entire year. And they paid for her travel to come here and stay a couple of days with us. Again, I don't even have that number. I don't know what they paid that contractor. We have another contractor that's being paid for a year now with the second grant. So I know I've paid for, I've reimbursed the city through what I brought back. So I can say, there's records of what I can produce. Caremark CVS, Council Pellman brought that up. That's a partnership with the Prescription Savings Club. That's money saved, and I can get accounting of that. CGI, Mr. Bragg just renewed their contract. They pay for a videographer to come down here, an editor, and an app for us. We could get the numbers for how much that's cost the city. Stormwater CO2 program, Mr. Altman brought that back up after we tried to get it the first time. That gives residents. Granted, I get everyone doesn't want to travel. I understand that's your prerogative, but if we're gonna have a real and educated conversation with the public to really think about what we're adopting, it's only fair to say what money has been brought back to see how it balances out. It's not right to have a conversation without doing so. And so that's all I have to say in terms of travel. And again, I'll work on trying to get those exact numbers to share with the public in terms of what was brought back to see. I think I might have, and I think it might give us probably a profit versus a discount or being under in some expenditures in terms of what I brought back in terms of funds. So we can move on. No one else had their lights on. You already spoken 2 times. Councilor Parton, no, I stopped her from speaking. Did I not speak?
I didn't speak.
Yeah. Councilor Parton.
So I just want to clarify a couple of comments that were made. I think when the mayor talks about youth service members that weren't appointed, I think what she's talking about is the previous council.
Correct.
Because this council has gone and appointed a plethora of people to the board to get it fully staffed, or at least so that way they could have a quorum. And I think one of the other things is it's not just the youth services, it's not just council budget, but I think it's looking at the city as a whole, finding areas where we can cut. I mean, I personally can find money in my budget, in my personal budget, in which I can go and redirect to something else. That's what I'm asking for from the city manager and from city council. Find us some cuts so that way we can redirect that money back into tangible improvements into the city. I think that we can do it. I don't think it's too late, and that's why I just cannot vote for this budget.
Councilor Holloway and Vice Mayor Bent, you're the only 2 members that haven't spoken. Do you have any comments before we move forward?
Yes, I do. I was offered a personal work session for the budget, and I did meet with I think everyone was offered that opportunity. And I did go through the budget line by line with the finance director and his assistant, and also with Mr. Altman, our city manager. And we were very strategic. I understood everything within the budget. They have done their due diligence in making sure that everything was incorporated, where we could actually save, where we could actually transfer. I was able to accept that invitation that was offered to everyone here on this panel. We have had maybe three meetings with the budget, and doing your due diligence, reading it offline, asking questions. I feel that I'm going to vote yes to this budget because this is exactly what they've been working for and working on for months. So I don't know if anyone was able to get the invitation, or did you do your one-on-one?
I sure did.
You did? Okay. And did you guys bring up your
Point of order.
You all get one-on-ones. I'm the one that suggested it.
Yes.
Great.
And that's what I'm saying with the one-on-one, and that's my point. It's just like that would eliminate all my questions to be asked. I mean, we had three.
This isn't any different than what I've been saying all along.
Point of order.
What I'm saying.
Point of order.
Yeah, but you haven't come with anything.
Well,
Point of order.
I just wanted to just put
Point of
my
order.
Point of order on the floor.
The point of order is that Councilmember Bennett is speaking, so we have to yield to her voice. If you want to speak, then I think it's appropriate for you to try to turn on your amp and speak.
I know it takes a lot, when
He has
you
to
sit
rule on
here
it,
and
ma'am.
you say,
He has to rule on the point of order.
oh, excuse me,
It's okay.
please
I
roll.
sustain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Finish.
Just because someone sits here and doesn't say anything doesn't mean they're not doing their due diligence in reading and making sure that we do have a meeting where we can all be cordial and have difficult conversations without arguing or nitpicking or feeling as if there's one area where you can take it personal. We're here to represent the city. We're here to represent our wards, and that's what I represent, to be professional. Now, I'm not gonna sit here one day and just say, you know what, I just looked at the budget and these are all my complaints. We've had many budget work sessions. We have been offered invitations for our personal work session for the budget. I agree with this budget. There's nothing that is underhanded with this budget. And the city manager and his team and the finance director have taken many lengths to incorporate everything within the city and looking at the city as a whole and not just one particular department. So yes, I'm going to agree. I'm going to accept this budget tonight.
Counselor,
I would like to thank the city manager and the staff for being diligent and adamant about incorporating and working on the budget. So I will approve the budget tonight.
okay, there are last two people that had the option to speak. Can you repeat the motion, please, and then do roll call?
Oh, sorry. The motion is to approve and, and adopt the annual budget for fiscal year 20. That is the current motion on the floor, made by Councilor Pelham, seconded by Mayor Gore. Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Stop. I'm sorry.
It was some changes, which
Yeah.
you need to add, just say that with the appropriate changes that.
Oh, with
Yeah.
the,
With it.
I'm sorry, with the changes to the resolution.
Section 8 and Section 14.
And then
It
the
was a-
understanding he'll
Yeah.
come back with the correct about between funds.
Hold
Yep.
up.
Section 8 to include CIP in front of funds.
Wait a second.
What was the other one from Councilor Pelham?
14, which insert city manager instead of director of finance, and then in the second line instead of director, just say manager.
Manager. Section 14 to
Says
heard him.
delete the
Delete
word
finance director.
finance
and-
director
Okay.
and insert manager, city manager.
And then for him to come back about that one section at the next meeting.
Yep.
When you finish writing, can you repeat that?
Yes, if I ever finish writing. Come back to council. Revisions. Okay. All right, now the motion reads to approve and adopt the annual agenda for fiscal year 20 with the revision to the budget resolution, including Section 8 to include CIP in front of funds, Section 14 to delete the finance director and insert the city manager, and for the city manager to come back to council with revisions and suggested language
Not
on
not
Section 5.
well, not to be able to transfer funds between
Transfer
funds,
between funds.
Wait,
i.e., general fund
to
to
come back to
capital fund.
council with revisions and suggested language on Section 5 not to transfer funds,
Well, the
Just take away
appropriate section.
section 5 to say to not transfer between funds.
to not transfer any funds. Okay. Are we quite sure that's it now? All right, thank you.
Is there another concern?
Just what was read should be budget, not agenda.
Should say that again?
I think you said agenda, approve and adopt the agenda. You meant
No, it
budget.
says budget. I may have said agenda, but it says budget. Thank
If that's,
you.
I just wanted to clarify if
Yes,
that's
sir.
what the motion becomes.
Yes, sir. All right, is council ready? Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Absolutely not.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
No.
Motion passes 4-3. Heard that.
Welcome. We'll move on. We have to go to unfinished business now. It is a request to place Reverend Harris bus in Ashford Civic Plaza. We have information in our packet for this, so you can do your brief presentation. So she's gonna do this for you, Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Ms. Griffin, the machines have all gone bluey. You will note the blackness.
Oh, okay. So yes,
Dr. Maker says you could try to point
Okay.
to see if that will make it come back up. But that did not work.
no, it's not working. That's okay.
That's okay.
This is a request to place public art in the Ashford Civic Plaza. The Ashford Civic Plaza Commission was created to promote art and culture. Specifically, there's a process set forth to place memorials, monuments, and plaques to individuals and organizations in the Ashford Civic Plaza. I'm before you tonight because it's designated as a Director of Development as staff to the Ashford Civic Plaza Commission. The guidelines were last revised in 2004, and you do have those in your packet to review. This request is from the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Foundation. They are requesting to erect a bust of the late Reverend Dr. Curtis W. Harris, Sr. Provided in your packet is a letter of support from the Harris family, some who are in the audience today. You also have a letter of support from the sculptor, Paul D. Pasquale. You also have events that Reverend Harris has had in his life from 1945 to 2018. And lastly, you have a 2018 Senate Joint Resolution celebrating the life of Reverend Harris from the Senate of Virginia. Tonight, the guidelines, and sorry, the machine's not working, but there are 8 guidelines that the commission has to follow in order to consider a plaque or memorial coming before the commission and then the city council. I have reviewed those guidelines and feel that this application should come before you and it is ready to be at least reviewed by the city council to consider to place a bust in the Ashford Civic Plaza. The next steps is for the city council to review the proposal. And if you find the proposal is in keeping with the guidelines, you are to have a meeting with the staff and also those who are suggesting the bus be placed, which is the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation. I do believe some members are here today, correct? Yes. So you have about 3 or 4 members in the audience if you have questions of them. If the memorial is approved, they then have 18 months to construct the bust. The bust will be constructed by a professional sculptor who has did other work in the city, and they will raise the funds. They are not asking for any city funds to go to place this bust in the Civic Plaza. I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Griffin? Please use your light.
Well, I guess, are you requesting we make a motion tonight?
I'm requesting that you make a motion just to move forward with the review of the application. Yes, ma'am.
I thought that that's what we did already. We've already done that.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
We already,
So we're at the point where we are the commission.
plus one.
I agree with that. I totally agree. But the next step is still for you to sit down, and they would then come before you with with an actual rendering of the bust.
They already did.
No,
Well,
they haven't.
what happened is we need to have a meeting of the committee, because the committee just is not city council, city council plus one member from Ward Sec 2, if you remember. We appointed Julia Allen to be on the committee as well.
Okay.
And so when we get together, we have to make a meeting, and then we can invite the Martin Luther King Foundation to come in and present. And then after that, we need to make a decision.
Who are the other members of
It's
the?
just the council plus, she was the
Julia
only, Miss Allen was the only person who put in a what do you call it, TBR.
Okay.
So we added her to the committee as such because of her interest. And I'm sure, of erecting it, so.
So council
we
did.
can't.
Go ahead, you're finished.
Mm-hmm.
Council did say to have a discussion with Ms. Allen, but I think there might be some confusion about where we are right now. We've already received this packet 2 times, and so this was supposed to serve as us having that process to
Okay.
review and approve it. Now, granted, I understand that we did say that Ms. Allen had to be here, and from what you're saying, there needs to be further conversation about where it should go in the plaza and maybe some other design material
Yes.
needs or whatever. So I can see, just trying to get this moving, I can see if we can support saying it will go in the plaza so they can know that they can begin the paperwork to start like fundraising at least, and then have that discussion with Ms. Allen present about the placement and the materials.
That's
That
what
way
we're
they're
looking
not
for.
waiting for the actual approval because it still hasn't been approved. So we have to have a subsequent meeting about placement. That we can do that with Ms. Allen, but they at least need to have an approval.
I agree. I
Well,
I
they
thought
can't
that's
have
what
an
I said if I
approval if
didn't.
one
Forgive me.
member is absent and hasn't been afforded the opportunity to say yes or no. How can you have approval?
Well, I
Mr.
guess we're
City
a
Attorney.
quorum.
No, that would be not.
Do you have the point of
I
order to
mean,
the attorney?
No, it's not a point of order, it's just, I'm sure she would say yes, but the appropriate way to do it would be to call a meeting for the city council and her committee to meet and vote on the approval or not, and let them go forward. We can call a special meeting Thursday, whatever,
So
but
I would say to
can't do
that,
it.
the vote was to have council serve as the plaza committee, council's president. Adding her to be here was a courtesy because she had her talent bank submitted. So we are the committee, she's just added on to be there to honor the fact that she volunteered. If
Did
we
we
know,
vote?
if, I'm still speaking, if
Oh,
we're
I'm
gonna
sorry.
support moving forward, then we can do that and still bring her to the table and have her part of the discussion about where it goes, what it looks like, and things of that nature. If there's not a question if she will support this, then why prolong at least approving it being in the plaza? So they can know how to move forward and they can come back with with the rest of the actual conversation of the placement. That's just my thing for council. I'm not saying make a placement material, all these decisions right now, because we did commit to bringing in that that individual. So I'll honor that request, but I do think we should be able to say if it's approved to go there or not. Councilor Randolph?
The only thing that this says is that the foundation will raise the money to put it and seeks council's approval to place the bust in Ashford Civic Plaza. That's all we would give the approval for tonight. To Mayor Gore's point, we can decide the rest of it with Ms. Allen later, but all they're asking for us is to say yes, and I call for the vote.
There's a motion on the floor to limit discussion. And then Councilor Randolph, then we do the call for the vote. So your motion, is you okay saying to limit discussion?
Yes, please.
Okay?
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, well, there's 2 seconds. So
I'll take that.
Vice Mayor Bennett seconded, and Councilor Denby, Vice Mayor. So, can you do a roll call, please?
All right, this is the motion on the call for the vote.
No, to limit
To
discussion.
limit discussion. Thank you. Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
no.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
There's another motion on the floor by Councilor Randolph. Is that fine to call for the vote?
That was,
That was to limit
that's what we just voted on.
No,
No.
that was to limit discussion.
It's the same thing.
Well, you've been making us do 2 separate.
No, he never did.
Okay, okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. We can move on. So do you have another motion? Does anyone else have a motion?
I'd like to make the motion that in honor of the late Reverend Dr. Curtis W. Harris, Sr., the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Foundation would like to erect a monument in Ashford Civic Plaza and is seeking council's approval to place the bust in Ashford Civic Plaza.
Second.
Can I make do you mind making a friendly amendment to say that we will?
Councilor Randolph, I'm sorry. That's not, and please correct me, that's
You're
not a
right.
sufficient motion. I'm
I was
sorry.
trying to correct.
It needs to, I understand, but it needs to say, we approve.
Placing.
Yes,
Are you
Place.
wanting to make the friendly amendment?
Well, there wasn't really a motion made, so you can't really make an amendment. But Mr.
I think it just needs to be restated to
Yeah,
say
could you-
that,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
council, the motion is to place a bust, to allow the placement of a bust of Reverend Curtis W. Harris.
In Ashford Civic Plaza.
Correct.
There you go.
What he said.
And to what he said, I was just gonna say for the record to include that we're going to invite Ms. Allen for the rest of the conversations, with council, so it's on record. So next time we have this on the agenda, Ms. Griffin, can you make a note to remember that we have to contact Ms. Allen?
Is that a friendly amendment to this motion?
Yeah, I mean, it's not friendly, but adding it to her
She
motion.
discussing like she don't supposed to be doing.
No, she said I can add it to her thing. That's not what we're supposed to be doing.
I have no idea. Wait
So
a
is that fine?
Okay,
Thank you.
the motion is to allow the placement of bust of Reverend Dr. Curtis Harris in Ashford Civic Plaza,
No one yet.
and for council to include Ms. Allen in further discussions. Thank you.
So there's no more discussion.
There was never discussion. I asked her, can I help correct her motion? And she said yes. I wasn't making a friendly amendment. I was
Yeah, well,
asking for
you
the
were
verbiage.
discussing.
So Counselor Denton, that was her
Yes,
motion.
she
Do you agree?
seconded.
You did? Okay.
She did.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Moving on. Regular business. R1. Mr.
You have two new ones.
Oh,
R1
sorry,
and
the
R2.
R1 that's now R1
Is acquisition.
Shallow
Is-
Lodge acquisition.
is the Shallow Lodge acquisition. And I believe someone has the motion for that we discussed.
Did you want to do communications from citizens?
What?
Yes, we do want to do communications from citizens. Thank you for saying that. Wait, Mr. Dang. Mr. Dang, we're all messed up. Mr. Dang, sit down, sit down, sit down. Communications from citizens. Does anyone have anything to say?
No, we forgot
Communications from citizens.
I think that's what he was doing.
No, he wasn't.
He's telling us to make sure we have like 4 points to get done for 10:30. That's just your communications. Anybody else have anything to say for communication from citizens? No one signed up? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dang.
Y'all have your R1 and R2, right?
You're up for R1. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Altman, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah.
The R1 is the purchase of shallow Mason's Lodge down at City Point. And the purpose would be to utilize it for a museum depicting the history of City Point. And the contract has been presented, and I guess I need to mention the price of, Mr. Kalos? 85 with $375,000 in closing costs.
No, $375.
That's what it said.
No, you said
Well,
thousand.
$375 in closing costs, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is there a motion? We had discussed who would make the motion for this. Is that person ready to make the motion?
I'm waiting for Ms. Pelham to see if she wants to do anything different.
Do what? Excuse
No,
me.
Make the motion, please.
Right.
Yeah.
Do what different?
I'd like to make a motion that we appropriate $85,375 for the purchase of the Shiloh Masonic Lodge in City Point to be brought into the city for the purpose of a museum, future purpose of a museum. And that should do it, shouldn't it?
Second.
Authorize me to sign.
And authorize the city manager to sign the documentation. Thank you, I'm sorry.
All right. Second. Discussion. Roll call.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
R2, thank you. R2 is the appointment. I'm not sure who said they was going to take that motion when we were in the back.
Mr. Parton did.
Okay.
I make the motion that we appoint Sandra Robinson as the city attorney.
Second. Discussion? Counselor Parton?
Yes, I just want to explain why I cannot vote for Ms. Robinson as our city attorney. During the process, she was by far the most qualified candidate. She was well-spoken, very articulate, very well-educated, and has great experience. However, I do believe that when you are in one of the top leadership positions in the city of Hopewell, that you should live in the city of Hopewell. And aside from that, there were some things that I didn't agree with in the contract, but I do think she is very well qualified, and I think she will do a very good job. However, I cannot vote for her tonight.
Any other discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
is that part of the record? Or is that just?
You didn't ask for it to be part of the record.
Sure, you can make it part of it. That's fine.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
You can.
What? Do I talk?
Everyone just asked.
Can I just-
Good. Vice Mayor
Yeah,
Bennett?
well, I did.
So I know we had a discussion about the residency, and since the city is moving forward towards different goals and we're expanding, we have, we did discuss a little bit about how we were going to allow a curve, or maybe for essential personnel such as certain city officials. And so moving forward with that, I would like to say that I am going to vote yes for Ms. Sandra Robertson on the count of our discussion of the residency.
Do you want the same privilege of having your comments in the record?
Yes.
Okay, Ken, Counselor Pelham?
Yes, and I'm probably the most senior person here, and I've been through 3 city council groupings of people who've tried to hire a city attorney. And I was always adamant about the person living within the city. I'm getting tired. We lost many qualified city attorneys because of that one requirement. And this young lady is so well qualified that I was willing to let that requirement bypass me at this point. Our last city council, if we could have agreed, could have hired a local person that lived within the city limits, but we couldn't agree and get 4 consenting counselors to do that. So after I lost that battle, I'm moving forward, and she will be the person that I will vote for at this point. And also, in the closed session, I thought everyone agreed, of course, that she was the most qualified, and I didn't think anyone disagreed with any of the contents of the contract. And I guess I was wrong, but it seemed like we all agree with that. And the only issue was the residency for the ones that were opposed. So, again, I will be voting for this city attorney.
Counselor Randolph?
I represent Ward 1, and during this process, we interviewed several people that were qualified. This particular candidate was by far the most qualified. However, as the representative of Ward 1, I did poll extensively as much as I could and talk to many of the constituents of Ward 1, and their overwhelming response to me was that they wanted their city attorney to live in the city. And so based on that fact, I, as their representative, I'm also gonna have to vote no for this person.
Does anyone else have to speak first before we call second round?
Are you making
Yes,
my
Counselor
comments a part of
Holloway.
the records?
Everyone's comments on this are
okay.
just put on the record. Counselor Holloway?
Thank you.
Due to the fact that Ms. Robinson as an attorney. She's very, very qualified for this position, and I will not allow, this to bypass our city, because we need someone we already have a qualified attorney, but we would like to have someone within his place that meets the same standards. So therefore, residency does not make a difference to me in reference to quality employees. So I will vote for her to be the city attorney of the city of Hopewell.
Madam Clerk, everyone's comments will be in the record. So before we do second round, the Vice Mayor Bennett has the comments. I'll just make my first. Okay. My first round will be. As everyone said, it was unanimous decision to select her to be the next city attorney in the back. We understand why most of us chose to vote the way they did, because it's been the same concern the entire time. The one thing that I would add to this is in this round, we had 10 applicants, and none of them were from the city of Hopewell. So we couldn't have selected someone from this round to actually be someone who lived in the city, because we didn't have any current applicants that lived in the city that applied. The second thing is we did discuss trying to address the changes that we needed to make in order to change the code, and the decision was made to not address that right now and to address it after the appointment was made. We were in the process of doing that. We had a public notice that the clerk had drafted. It was on the agenda to move forward with making the necessary changes prior to the appointment, but the decision was made unanimously by council to postpone making that change. So it wasn't made right now in time for this vote. So unfortunately, that's why there is some remaining differences, because we haven't addressed the change that we discussed. So again, this is an easy discussion because we pretty much know where everyone stands and have stood the entire time regarding this. But I just want to say for the record, for my vote, there wasn't anyone from Hopewell to appoint in this round, and we did unanimously decide not to change the code until we got past this appointment. And the other thing is, I would say I'm glad we actually have someone that we unanimously agreed on in terms of qualifications. That's easier than having someone that we didn't decide on. So I think that once we get past correcting or amending this section, it'll be okay, because we picked someone that everyone seems to like. No, you said you didn't have a second. Does anyone else have a second round comment? Okay, move on with the roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
No.
Motion passes 5-2.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the city attorney right now for his service. I know we'll definitely do something before there is a transition, and he'll definitely be here. Hopefully I talked to him offline about helping the new attorney get acclimated to where we are, but just want to thank him for serving us as long as he did and staying. I think it's probably 2 years past when you had officially said that so thank you for doing that. And we're moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is our 3.
Ms. Altman, you want to kick it off? You want me to take it off?
Go ahead.
All right, first of all, if you'd waited till the next meeting, we were going to bring a 2-year anniversary cake to Stefan for his resignation. It's 2 years next meeting, I think. I have 4 items that are all time sensitive, and Johnny has his, Mr. Butler has his. This time sensitive as well. I think we can all get them in it by 10:30.
And we have our retreat dates. The consultant just texted.
But so please bear with us. But a lot to cover here. But we'll get through it. I'm going to sound like the FedEx salesman in just a moment here. The first item, which was originally R1, is a request to accept a state grant to fund I Love Hopewell Youth Summer Workforce Opportunity Program. Over the course of the last month or so, the mayor and I have been working with the governor's office, his workforce development team, to seek funding for a summer youth employment program. We've received a $300,000 grant to employ 60 kids for the summer here in Hopewell, and 30 will be employed in city offices or city functions, and 30 will be employed in the school operations. And it's all being administered through the Creator Workforce Group, as the state pushed that down to them to help us get through this process. The only catch is it's 100% reimbursable. Everything we spend will be reimbursed, but we need an appropriation from council in order to have a fund to pay from and then get reimbursed to. The reimbursement is supposed to occur 30 to 60 days upon completion, which is August 15th roughly. So it would be no later than October 15th, we'd have the full amount 100% reimbursed. So we ask council to please appropriate $300,000 from rainy day fund in order to cover this, and then the reimbursement will occur by mid-October.
Yep, and I'll just add to his presentation that thank you, Mr. Dane. He's worked very hard on getting us this. I just want to also recognize Director Griffin and Director Emil. I know he's not here because Director Griffin helped with connecting us with Goodwill and the other people that's going to provide services for this grant. And the other thing I would say is the state told us unequivocally they do not want a penny returns once we get these funds. They said to spend all of it.
And I believe that tomorrow's the day where kids come sign up. It's either tomorrow or Thursday, I forget which. And if we have more than 60 that are employable, the state told me to come back and talk to them. So it may
Get some
even
more
be more
funds.
than that, so we'll see.
And I'll send you guys the flyer that we have to be able to, I'll email you guys the flyer. It also has a link to register. I've been getting the online registration because it's connected to an account that I have. So I just been forwarding them to the Creator Workforce Board once they come in. It's been a good response so far. We'll get those sent out tomorrow. But I just want to acknowledge that Mr. James worked very, very hard on trying to get this organized for us.
And
Councilor Pelham?
how y'all marketing for it, just through the high school or?
They actually had a assembly with all the kids one day last week to present the information to them.
Okay, and,
It can be online too.
okay, so they know about it, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't forget, Workforce Invested Board money goes up to age 24. So
Right.
So,
Right, so
have we
kids even
advertised-
out of high school can apply, but that's being put out to the Creator Workforce folks.
So any other means of advertising for those over 18 then?
the flyer and Creator Workforce Investment Board
And social media.
and social media. I don't know who hit the light first. I think it's either Councilor Randolph and Parton. I don't know who hit what first. And then Denton, Councilor Denton has her light on. So let's go Randolph,
That's
Parton,
fine.
Denton.
To follow up on Counselor Pelham's question, how do they qualify for this program? Are there qualifications?
It's a federal program, and because of the poverty level in Hopewell, almost every single child in Hopewell qualifies. There may be a few exceptions, but almost everyone will qualify. And so the Creator Workforce Board will screen them for the federal requirements to make sure they're qualified.
Can you provide those qualifications?
Yeah, well, I can send that out to you. It was a summary sheet that the state office gave us.
I just haven't seen
Yeah.
it.
Yes. And so the orientation is going to be those who are interested. And then the Creative Workforce Board, their service provider, which is our service provider, is going to do the screening and then to determine who qualifies. Because this is just not a summer workforce program. We're doing it for us, but once they get into this program, it's a year-long, like they get
They're
services.
tracked year-long and
Yes.
counseled
So it's
year-long.
not
And the state
ad-hoc.
hopes that we turn this into a
Year-long.
internships, you know, a more extensive year-round program.
Correct.
Yes, it's much more than summer program, yeah.
Right. Counselor Parton?
Mine's just, I'm gonna make a motion. I mean, Council, you,
Don't you make it yet. Cause I got a question.
okay.
My question, in our packet that was given to us, it said in the background, the program has received $300,000 in funding, and it is 100% reimbursable grant. Therefore, we need an allocation of funds to draw against until the reimbursement may occur.
The May is a typo. It's 100% reimbursable.
And
We can't make a mistake screening the kids because their people are screening them. So if they're in the program, they're approved.
I just want to be
Yes, ma'am, I get you.
sure that it's not
That's a
may,
typo.
that it
No, ma'am.
will be reimbursed. And you're saying within 60 to 90 days? Is that
30 to 60
guaranteed?
days after completion,
Of the
we should be
program.
fully reimbursed, so it should be sometime mid-October at the latest.
Should be.
Yes. Well, but, I mean, it's coming in full. They said 30 to 60 days, so I'm saying it shouldn't be any later than October. It could be earlier.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's no other lights. I'll just say too, as a reiterate, this is a workforce investment program. They have worked with us to have their state people come in to look over the programming, their criteria, and they signed MOUs and agreements to those who are going to be in the program. And I would just also like to remind council that for years, the Workforce Investment Board really has been providing services to City of Hopewell, and within the next few months, we've managed to get $300,000 grant. So hopefully, it'll be a year-long program, but it's definitely a commitment that they're willing to give to Hopewell because they recognize that we're being proactive. Roll call, please. Well, is there a motion?
No, there's no
Mr.
motion
Harden
yet.
was getting ready to make one.
I move that we accept the state grant to fund the I Love Hopewell Youth Summer Workforce Opportunity Program and to appropriate $300,000 from our rainy day fund to jumpstart this program.
Second.
Can I have the
Second.
for my program?
Nope.
Roll call.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway. Counselor Holloway? Yes. Thank you. Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Dan, for working on this. and thank you, Ms.
My
Griffin.
pleasure. R2 is another exciting one. In fact, this is the most exciting one of the night.
R4?
Yes, R4 on y'all's list is R2 on mine.
Excuse
It
me,
is
Mr.
the
Dan.
announcement of, pardon?
I'll say before.
Yes,
yeah,
sir. Yes,
I just
sir.
want to recuse myself for being a agent of the entity that's affected by this transaction. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sorry I didn't pause for you.
That's okay.
This is an exciting announcement with council's approval tonight of an agreement that you've already previously seen that we've been working on with one of our local industry. We're excited to announce a major investment in one of our local industry, Advent 6, a former, well, you can call it a number of different names from the past, Honeywell, Allied Signal, Allied Chemical, a number of names through the years. A long stalwart of our industry here in town. They are in the final stages of preparing for a $160 million investment in their local plant here. In order to competitively chase this project, because there were two other sites that were under consideration within the Advent 6 family, we had to work with them and look at additional incentive programs, as we have done with other plants in the past on major projects, and as the state does as well. And we worked with them and worked out an agreement of a slightly higher level of incentive over the first 10 years of the operation of the plant, resulting in a higher rebate in taxes they pay. However, it's not a rebate of city money, it's a rebate of taxes they will pay us, and we will reimburse them a portion of that for the first 20 years. The net result over, for the first 10 years, I'm sorry. The net result over a 20-year period is that we will be yielding somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 million additional dollars of revenue, and they would have received 3 to 4 million in additional incentives. That incentive base ends after year 12 though, so we're gaining the whole yield from there on. It is a major expansion, it's very exciting. It sustains current jobs and also increases the asset value to A6 so that in the future, this is where they're looking to put resources, not remove them from here. So hopefully this sustains this operation for the city of Hopewell for many years to come. Another really exciting environmental piece to this is it will eliminate the coal burning steam generation plant on Route 10. They will be replacing that as part of this process. I have with us today Fred Harry, the plant manager from Advent 6. I'd like to call him up and let him make a comment or two very briefly.
evening, Mayor Gore and City Council members and city leaders. As Mr. Dane said, my name is Fred Harry. I'm the plant manager for the Hopewell plant for Advancix. I've been the plant manager there since we were founded in 2016 and an employee at the plant for going on 18 years. Take a moment to express our commitment to our long-term proactive citizenship in our community. Since we were founded, in 2016, we've added nearly 100 new operational and technical jobs at the Hopewell plant. Those new members, as well as the members who are currently at the plant, are very excited about the ongoing robust pipeline of growth initiatives we have in the pipeline for Hopewell plant in particular, really focused on expanding the capacity of production in our plant, optimizing the quality of all the products we make at Hopewell for all of our customers, as well as making sure we are continuing to provide opportunities for both local employees and a number of our local partners that do business at our facility. So, thank you. That's all I really have, but this helps. Yes.
She makes good cakes too.
Yes. Thank you.
I would note that Fred's not from Hopewell, but he was raised in Petersburg, and he's stayed in this area,
Sister
so
city.
he's a local. So we're very excited about this. The agreement is before you. We're asking you to approve the agreement, authorize the city manager to sign the documents necessary to provide this additional incentive grant so that this project can move forward and be completed. And with this approval tonight, we would be releasing a press release tomorrow officially announcing the expansion. So it's in your hands, please.
Thank you for staying as late as you did to speak. I appreciate it. Counselor Denton?
I would like to make a motion that we approve this grant to Advancix. And I don't know how much detail we need. Is that enough?
I would just make the motion to, that you're right, but I would say also to approve the, and I'm just looking for the title of it,
Economic Development Performance Agreement.
and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents.
And, right, and have the city manager execute all the necessary papers to make
No,
this
because you have an agreement
grant.
that encapsulates it.
Second.
Is there any discussion? No lights, roll call please.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton. Motion passes 7-0.
No,
And
6-1.
six. and
Oh,
he's-
that's right, he's
he's
excused. I'm sorry.
He was like, no.
And Mr. Parton can return.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, R5 is also exciting news. As you're aware, council approved back in the fall the project for Francisco Landing, a large apartment and mixed-use project on the Patch Copeland site, and with an option on the gravel lot for additional expansion on phase 2. The project was scheduled to be closed by, the purchase of land was supposed to be scheduled to be closed by June, a date in June. And they were prepared to do so until we held an Opportunities Fund work session a month or two ago. And some of the tax benefits and investment benefits of the opportunity funds that was approved by Congress and the President, and also this managed by the Governor's office. The opportunity funds are enabling investments to occur where very large capital gains are protected, and it provides a financial incentive for those who invest, and it's an alternative to bank financing in a lot of cases for these major projects. This is the case with this project. The catch with it is, in order to get financing through a bank, the developer had to own the land, so that's why he will close in June with us and then do the financing on the project and move forward. The opportunities funds work the opposite. You can't own the land when you get the fund commitment. So they have to get the commitment and then actually do the closing. They still have a set plan of start of the first quarter of next year. They're still steadily working on their architectural engineering. This does provide another benefit that will excite a couple of you. This gives them more time to explore the amphitheater and all before we actually get to an agreement, so we can get more detailed information on that. And finally, it would also give us an opportunity to work towards those final costs that we'll face in coming years when we take back some of those assets. I have Mr. Bowman, Chip Bowman, here with me if you have any questions of him, but we would recommend the action be taken that you allow the city manager to sign the necessary documents to extend their closing date to November 1st in order to enable them to use opportunity fund financing possibly on this project.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
I would like to make the motion to extend the closing date for Francisco Landing project from June date to November 1st, 2019. Did I miss anything?
Second.
Include city manager. I have to include the city manager.
And authorize the city manager.
And authorize the city manager to sign all
Necessary documents.
necessary documents.
Diesel seconded.
I do.
Discussion? Roll call?
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Council Denton,
Yes.
Council Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Council Randolph.
Yes.
Council Holloway.
Yes.
Council Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, before you go to the next item, we have 13 minutes. We have a few other important matters, and the consultant is literally messaging me to make sure that we pick a date for her to get on her calendar for the retreat. So council, can we commit to, let me ask city manager, I know that the retreat dates are urgent. What else on here is urgent?
Really all
It seems like everything else is urgent.
the R items are.
All R items.
Yeah.
Can council commit to staying to do all the R items and then the retreat? If it's past 10:30, we won't do anything else other than those.
That's fine, I don't mind.
Yeah, just to do our items and the retreat, and that's it.
Okay.
Okay,
So
Madam
we gotta
Mayor,
make a
Who's
motion.
seconding that motion?
I'll second it.
You made it.
I second that motion.
Council Parton, do you mind making, Council Parton, do you mind making the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Vice
Let's roll,
Mayor.
folks.
He makes the motion, she seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Just, roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Council Denton,
Yes.
Council Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Council Randolph.
No.
Council Holloway.
Yes.
Council Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you, go ahead to the next item.
Madam Mayor, my last R item before Mr. Butler comes up with his item is back to the work session item. I understand the desire to look deeper into the resolution of how to manage the operation of all the operations there, including the homeless shelter and
I'm sorry.
other.
Thank you for staying as well. I know it was a long item, but.
But with the risk of losing District 19 entirely from their presence here in Hopewell, I would urgently recommend that we consider approval of renting the facility. We don't have to wait till November to start the other programs. We can move District 19 in as fast as possible. The health department on her way out, Catherine, told me that they would start programs as quickly as they could. We can have things rocking and rolling in there long before where the shelter would normally open in November if we have the facility available. And it gives us the ability to get out of the other agreement in time because we had a 90-day cutout on that agreement. So I would urge council to consider approving the lease of St. James at the amount proposed, and we'll work out the management process at a future meeting.
I'd like to
Councilor
make a
Pelham
motion.
and then Councilor Denton.
In the motion, Mr. City Attorney, do we need to say the amounts of the lease and all that?
I don't know that you have an agreement yet.
Well, the lease of the church was $33,000.
No, I'm just saying, do we need to just make a motion to give you permission to come up with the agreement?
Well, I would say lease based on the information we provide you, a $33,000 a year lease.
And the
We're not-
management, he wants to come back with options.
Yeah.
He
We'll
just
come
need
back
the
on the other
lease
side.
right now.
That's not, that's for year-round, not seasonal, right?
Let's see.
The 33 was us, the building we would control year-round, whether we open the shelter year-round or not.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's Counselor Denton,
I gotta make a motion.
Counselor Pelham and then Counselor Denton, right?
I was gonna make a motion.
Okay,
so
go ahead, you go ahead, make it.
Go right ahead.
To make the motion to lease, for the lease agreement to consider a community resources center, not just a warming homeless shelter. I guess beginning to lease the St. James facility for 1 year at the cost of $33,000 for 1 year, to include a multitude of different agencies to work out of that building,
He'll come back with management options.
not including the management option.
Second. I guess it's understood he's coming back to management. Is it Counselor Denton that's been moved in second, then Denton, then Counselor Randolph? I mean, I'm sorry, it's Denton, Vice Mayor Bennett, then Randolph. I forgot you're right.
I was just gonna, to make the motion, did we get everything in there that we need?
I think Mr. Altman just pointed out, we probably need to say, hopefully, with intentions of starting it on July 1, the new lease.
With the
With the
intention
new
of what?
budget year.
The lease.
Effective July 1.
Right.
So everything you said to say to make they're just
Effective
adding,
July
making
1.
the lease effective July 1.
So I accept that, is that an amendment, or that's just, is that considered amendment?
Technically, it's
A part of the
amended
motion.
No, it's actually, anytime you do that, it's an amended motion. You
So
can
I
call-
accept amended motion, who's making it, you? She made the amended motion, I'll second it, start July 1, but I have a question about it.
Mayor Gore, is that okay with you, since you seconded the motion?
Yeah, that's fine with me. So,
I think it's an amended motion. I think
right.
She did,
She made an amended motion and she seconded it.
yes, sir.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
To be effective July the 1st, yes.
There's a request to read the motion back.
I'm sure. Okay, now I have a request, because you keep saying someone else who made an amended motion?
Counselor Denton. She
Just
amended the
to
motion only to
amend
make
Add
everything,
that July the 1st.
everything
Alright.
Counselor Pelham said.
She and I did it together.
And I second it,
Okay.
yeah. So we didn't need,
Is that gonna give you time? Is that gonna give you
Yeah.
time?
Yeah, I've already checked with her. We'll be good with
That's
that.
good.
All right, the motion as I have it is to approve the lease agreement to consider, I'm sorry, for St. James, I think that's facility, for community resource center for 1 year at a cost of $33,000 to include a multitude of services, but to not include management options. The lease will be effective July 1st, 2019.
very good.
Okay, so
You look
I know you
happy.
have your light on, but
Oh,
I think Vice Mayor Bennett, and then I think Councilor Randolph, and then back to you.
I don't want anything,
Okay,
I'm
you don't
sorry.
want anything, and I think you said you
I
changed
just-
your mind, right?
yeah, it's just, District 19, it's in our resources, it's in line with our strategic plan, which we all agreed on, and therefore, in order to sustain that resource, I vote yes.
Thank you, Councilor Randolph.
As I understand the motion, we're going to start leasing this new building July 1st with the new budget for $33,000. And we haven't made any decisions on whether we're going to have a seasonal or a year-round homeless shelter as part of that leasing. But one of the questions that I have and would like for us to entertain at a later date about this would be to also look at charging, not a lot, but some, to help with offset the costs from some of these organizations that will be sharing the building with us.
I agree.
Just throwing that out there as a potential to reduce our costs for this. Thank you.
Councilor Pelham?
Oh, yeah, I definitely would agree, because I guess y'all paying rent now, right? Is that the reason you're leaving?
No, they don't pay rent.
Okay, well, so,
And
you
their
just
grant,
provide a service,
Right.
okay, for our citizens.
and their grant doesn't allow them to pay rent out of it.
Oh, okay, so you never pay rent, lease. Great, I mean, you provide a great service, so. I had something else, but you made me forget.
Okay, do you mind if I comment before while you try to think of it?
Yes.
Okay, so just to clarify, Mr. Dane, for the record, you're gonna ask for you to come back with management options, and then this Councilor Randolph's recommendation about looking at potentially charging the
We'll do
satellite
that,
offices.
we'll do that in every case.
Yeah, and then to also look at, again, since we know we're gonna be looking at the St. James facility, the spacing, and to see who, because I really wanna make sure that there's cross coverage between services.
I think we need to have a work session to
Yeah,
discuss
that's what
that
I
bigger
say.
picture later.
That'd be good.
But to come back with
Right.
the different service lines.
I remember.
Is everybody okay with that? And him to come set a work session date in our agenda for next time? You still fine with that? Everybody's fine with that?
I remember.
Okay, she remembers.
Do we need to make an amendment of what to add that we will include the warming and/or homeless shelter? I think that should be a part of the motion, because I don't want to forget those folk.
That's all part of that
I know, but,
consolidated use.
but
That's why we're
Community
doing-
Resources Center doesn't say that. How can I put that in my
It
motion?
doesn't say District 19 either, but we're gonna
Yeah.
have a lot of different services in there. That's part of what we're doing. I mean, you can
Okay,
include.
so
it,
as
but
long as
that's-
we understand, okay,
You understand?
okay, I'll go with that.
Okay, I don't
have a
see any
question.
other lights.
I have a question.
Okay, Counselor Holloway?
We're speaking about warming. Are we considering cooling in the summer?
That would be the year-round option if that's
Okay.
what,
Thank you.
if that's what we decide to do.
There was a need for that this past year too. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, there's no other lights. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you for staying. I gotta say it to everybody. Thank you all for staying.
Next.
Mr. Butler.
I think everyone here knows me, so I'll just move on this late hour. It's time to renew our Virginia Department of Transportation Programmatic Project Administration Agreement. This covers all of our revenue sharing projects. You have a list in your brief package of about 14 of them that are currently covered under a programmatic project administration agreement. In the past 11 years, we've renewed this same agreement several times. It's the one we're under right now expires June 30th, and we need to move all of our projects into the new one beginning July the 1st. So it's very important that we get this enacted. This is the formal agreement that all of our state participation projects fall under. We have one formal agreement, and then we have all these other projects that fall under the terms and conditions and so forth as set forth in this agreement. You had the list of the projects. We have enough there for right now for 2 fiscal years. We will add another project probably later this year, but it's more than likely going to be focused on pavement rehabilitation. We've got plenty of projects to work on for the next 2 years that are under this current agreement. So we need to get a council action and a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign this agreement. And then I take it to VDOT, the chief policy person at VDOT. They have to sign it, and it's ratified, and we fall under a new agreement. So we're in that 30-day window where we need to take action on this and keep things moving.
I'd like to make the motion that the current programmatic project administration agreement between the city of Hopewell and VDOT that expires on June 30th be renewed and effective July 1st, I guess, right?
Well, and we set in place the new agreement as of July 1st, authorizing the city manager to sign on behalf of the city.
So said.
Second.
Is that motion clear?
No. You completely changed what she said.
Okay, the current, I make a motion to, just like it said for the program project administration agreement to be effective July 1 with the city manager, being the signator authority on all the necessary documents.
There you go.
I accept the amendment.
Okay, and then, we'll just add to, through the VDOT revenue sharing program. I think we made.
Yeah, this programmatic agreement is specifically for revenue sharing programs. These are all our neighborhood improvements, rehabilitation, other types of revenue sharing projects that we apply for, get applications, go through the approval process, and so forth. When we have bigger projects, individual ones that have federal money tied to it, we have to do separate agreements for those. This is for all our neighborhood work. Primary. Not just, well, some of our primary arterial routes, we have projects, but I consider them part of the neighborhood, so.
That's a question.
Go ahead.
Where's the fiscal year that these gonna be done? All these are for this fiscal year?
The projects that are listed in here will fall under the new budget, new fiscal year, and all these projects will probably be spread over at least 2 fiscal years.
So fiscal
We
year
don't have enough
20 and
money in
20.
our budget to cover these in any one. And the
Because we
projects,
get
there's a
rid-
lot of projects here, and it will take that long in duration and phasing and so forth to
Okay.
get to all of them. Maybe longer, so, but
Do
we've
the
got a pretty
oldest
good
go
workload
first?
right here.
Do the oldest requests on file go first, or you just arbitrarily based on money? You set a priority, right?
Yes,
Is
I
it
do.
based on the request that came in, or is it based on the
Right.
age of the project?
Well, yes. The projects are prioritized by how they were approved, the year they were approved, the time they were approved, and we're on the clock with them. So those projects at the top of the list are the oldest ones, and the bottom of the list are the newest ones.
Thank you,
And
sir.
when we get new ones, they go on the bottom, and as we complete some, top falls off, other ones move up. But we've got a pretty good workload right here to deal with for the next 2 fiscal years.
Thank you. Does anyone else have their light on? There are no lights. Was that seconded?
Yeah.
Yes, it was
Okay.
seconded by
Can
Council.
we do roll call, please?
Mayor Gore,
Oh, yes.
Council Denton,
Yes.
Council Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Council Randolph.
Yes.
Council Holloway.
Yes.
Council Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
So what is now R8 is a request to budget and appropriate funding to Riverside Regional Jail. The request is to amend the general fund for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2018, ending in June 30, 2019, the current budget year, FY19, to increase appropriations by $300,723 to appropriate a distribution of funds from Riverside Regional Jail Authority back to the authority in compliance with bond requirements. So they cut us a check. Now we've got to budget and appropriate and send those dollars right back to them in order to comply with our bond requirements. So we received our check. This is to deal with the projected shortfall of revenue at the end of the fiscal year due to, in part, the success of our neighbor. The request is to approve the request as submitted and budget and appropriating the fund, $300,723 for Riverside Regional Jail. The net impact to the city is 0 as we're bringing in and sending out the same amount of money.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? There are no lights. I'll ask the question since no one has their lights on. Can we get more information about our requirement to fund a certain percentage to them? Because I want to see in terms of exactly what they're supposed to be supplying back to us and what that's been looking like in terms of them delivering their goods to the city. I mean, if we're gonna be increasing, I know why it's increasing, but I want to see if they've been delivering what they're supposed to have been for all this time, and then if there's anything that we can do in terms of the contract about. Sir, I'm just saying, I would like to see what our obligations, what the obligation to us is.
Yeah. So I think they're delivering the service that we're requiring, which is the incarceration of our
Criminals.
our criminals that are there, and that's
isn't
what
there-
we're paying for.
Okay, but aren't there elements of that in terms of like work release, other community involvement? Because they came here to ask for us to change our transportation. So I would think, isn't work release a part of their services, or is there any other type of rehabilitation? I mean, I don't know in terms. You see what I'm saying? So if there are outside of just housing people,
Right.
are they doing those things for our area, and could there be room to improve, or is there ways that we can also maybe reduce our payments just like Chesterfield is? I know by looking at some of our diversionary programs. So I just would like to see outside of just housing people, do they do anything else?
Okay.
Because we haven't actually received any reports from them. You've come to talk to them about, but before that, no one. I mean, we had a citizen on there that I don't even know who that person is. I don't. We had one citizen on there that we just fixed.
No, that's.
Yes.
Is that the other one?
That's the city manager thing.
No, no, no. There's a one.
There is no citizen representative to the Riverside Regional Jail Authority. It's myself and the sheriff who's not here anymore.
Then what's the one with the jail that has the citizen on it? Nat, there's somebody named Nat or something like that.
So there's
that
the
we've had for
Riverside Criminal
years.
Justice
think that's what she's
Board, which is Nat Trough,
That's
which is a different thing.
So that's
than-
not this
That's
one.
not this.
Okay. Okay. So then we haven't had any updates. I was trying to throw a bone, but we haven't had any updates regarding this. So you're the first to actually really talk to us about this. So if you can give us more information, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Council Parton.
I make a motion that we amend the general fund for fiscal year 18-19 by increasing the appropriations of $300,723 to appropriated distribution of funds from Riverside Regional Jail Authority back to the Riverside Regional Jail Authority in compliance with bond requirements.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Our last item for the evening is the annual service agreement between the Virginia Department of Health and the City of Hopewell. The City Creator Health Department submitted their annual renewal of this agreement for 2019. The current contract expires on June 30th, so we need to get this approved. The recommendation is to approve the agreement and authorize the city manager to execute the local agreement as the local authorizing officer. We did this last year. We're doing it again this year. We'll do one next year. So
You said what now? We do it what?
we
Every
do
year?
this annually. It's our annual agreement with the health department to provide services to the city.
Council Parton, Council Pelham.
Well, he's gonna make the motion, I guess. Go ahead.
I make the motion that we accept the Hopewell Health Department local government agreement contract for 2019 and to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement.
Second.
All right, any other discussion?
Yes.
Counselor-
Quick question. So adding the match to what they pay, we have to pay $219,000, Mr. Oh. That's okay, go ahead.
We're just having an issue related to the language in the agreement.
Yeah. So they paid 359,000 plus, and we paid 219, or is our 219 a part of their 359? It's separate, right?
Yeah, we appropriate the 219 in local match.
Or 229, I mean,
The two,
because it's 10,000 extra local dollars for a total of 229.
that's our local match.
So that's $590,000 a health department cost?
It's a quarterly sum of that and $10,000 for a total of $229.
But we paid 229 and they paid 359.
Right.
Can you get us a list of the services that they offer?
Sure.
All right, and then what is the additional $8,655 for? Something about the end of the year, fiscal year closing. locality balance?
Yeah, so they have, there's, carry forward money, that they wanna just be able to, bring those forward to from the prior fiscal year, to close out the locality balance to zero and be able to utilize those funds.
Okay. That's a lot of money.
Counselor Randolph?
Mr. City Manager, do you receive, annual audits from this particular department?
We do not, that I'm aware of.
Do you know who their auditors are?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
I have been given some information by a constituent that worked for them that has some issues with their accounting. I won't go into detail because it's not the time or the place, but I'll let all of council know what was given to me as I pass that on to the city manager as well. There's not a lot of detail, so I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but I think it's something that we need to pursue.
Can't we just request a copy of their last audit? Yeah, that's what I would do.
And you know, I would just recommend too, thank you for asking that question, because we actually fund a lot of people that won't get any reports for. So this doesn't need to be renewed until the 30th. We have another meeting on the 8th. When is it? Well, 14th. It's before the 30th.
11th.
The 11th? Thank you. So 11th. So if we wanted to wait to get some documents or even have them present, we have that option. I actually want to see what I saw. He does have some like a chart in here in terms of services, but that seems to me probably looks like it's a generic thing that they hand out to all localities. I would like to get information about some specific programs to help with those. You know, and that's in addition to her audit. I mean, the report that she's asking about, or maybe it could be including like an annual report in terms of hopeful specific numbers. And I also want to see if there's any room.
So would you like for them to come to the next
Yeah,
meeting? Okay.
yeah. But then also, you know, make them aware of what we're asking about now, so they're not caught off guard. But so to her, is there an audit? Is there an annual report? In terms of this chart, these charts in this packet, whether information specific to Hopewell, I can't say that word, in terms of statistics. And then I would say, is there any room, is this like a generic thing, or is there any flexibility to even look at making things unique to Hopewell? And I want to ask again, with the Medicaid expansion, is there something that we could add to this? Or in terms of the community, the implementation team, is there something else that we can do for community services that they probably offer somewhere else that we don't even think to ask? So I would like to see that.
One of the larger needs would be to expand giving immunizations other than one day in Hopewell, because a lot of parents, kids miss 1 to 2 weeks of school trying to wait till the only Wednesday of the month, of the week, to get their children immunized, and whatever it is. I'm tired tongue. But that's one service I know we need. I don't know about the other ones, but to get a schedule of what they offer on what days is what I'm basically talking about. So for the general public to, you know, pills or whatever.
Any other comments
So
to ask
you
for
want-
them to present back to council?
So you want a motion to lay this on the table until next June 11th? Can we do that?
I just want to make sure, does anyone else have anything to add to this, the list of items?
No, that's fine. I don't mind delaying it.
Okay, so you got the list.
Motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Counselor Denton, not Denton,
Is there a
Counselor
second to that
Roundoff for
motion?
bringing that point up.
To lay item R9 on the table. That was the motion.
Delay it to the next
Basically,
Delay it to the June 11th meeting.
lay on the
next
table.
meeting.
I thought that was a time sensitive thing.
It was, but it's June 30th.
Is there a second to that motion?
What is the motion? You said on the table, or is
That
it to
means
June
it's-
11th?
Just postpone it to.
Postpone
Same
to
thing,
June
until
11th.
posted June 11th.
Okay.
Okay.
I and seconded.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Counselor Denton?
Okay, so knowing that it's time sensitive, will that give us the time we need?
The agreement expires on June 30th, so as long as we act before June 30th, we should be okay.
There are no other lights. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the last item, thank you, is the retreat conversation. I'll keep this brief. The committee is still meeting. We talked about expanding, at our strategic advance. There was discussion from council about holding a retreat, and the dates that were discussed was June 6th through the 8th. And so the facilitator was working off of that with the team, but we realized now that there's been some conflicts that have come up after that decision, so she needs for us to make a decision about when to reschedule. She was actually in the process of purchasing her flight to come here. So she's been messaging me, and the date she said she's available, is June 1st and 22nd. To come back and finish part 2. And then for Counselor Randolph in particular, most likely we'll try to meet with you on the 20th to talk about the community enhancement implementation team and our recommendation about the steering committee, and some steps moving forward to bring back to council.
Because I thought I was on the retreat team as well, so I didn't even know about the 6th and 7th until it was announced.
We talked about it at the retreat, that's what I'm saying. There was
I was gone, so nobody followed up.
Oh,
So I was like,
okay.
I had no idea.
So I forgot about that. I forgot you left early. So that's from, so that's that. So, the 20th is when she would like to meet with us to talk about the updates for I'm trying to say, the community enhancement implementation team. We gotta make an acronym up for that thing. And then to meet with you in the afternoon, I told her that you work just like I do, and I know you work, I think you work from Williamsburg, I believe. And so I was saying that, I don't want you to try to have to take a lot of leave, so I was gonna see 4:30 or 4 would be sufficient. If you can take off maybe an hour earlier, or maybe, to see if that will work. But we can have that discussion later on, but just to know the 20th, we'll be expecting to try to meet in the afternoon. Also, council, around this time, she's gonna be trying to reach out to each of you to do individual interviews, so she can make sure that her plans that she has to do part 2 is everyone's needs are met. So just remember, during that time, she'll be reaching out, or Mr. Altman will be reaching out to try to schedule those interviews. So keep that in mind, that's a part of this. So is everyone available on the 21st and 22nd? Counselor Denton, you're shaking your head, pardon?
Yeah, 22nd is fine with me, as long as it's Friday evening.
22nd of June.
You're talking about the 21st, Friday.
21st and 22nd.
Can you make it 6:30 though? 5:30 is just so, if it's the evening.
You what?
Okay, so
6/21
the 6/21 is a Friday, so we're saying 6:30. How long do y'all want to stay, so we can be clear, so you can know how to make her agenda?
How long is it gonna take?
2 hours was the other one.
Well, you have to remember, we have to finish drilling down. We have the domains, but we did not get to go into some specific areas within those domains, right? We talked about economic development, all these different overarching things, so she needs to get a little bit deeper in that. We also talked about the roles and responsibilities, which is a whole nother conversation. So you have 2 big things, so just keep that in mind. And then you have the update about the community enhancement
That's
team.
6:30.
What about
6:30 to
5:30?
8:30.
Because you'll be in there 2 or 3 hours, you don't wanna get out to 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah,
You get here at 5:30?
that's fine. It's
At
okay with
least.
everybody.
Deborah, Miss
I don't
Debbie,
wanna get out
Miss
at
Randolph, can
10:30.
you get here at
There's
5:30?
nothing
On Friday? You said
Wait,
yes?
do you have to take leave from work?
Well, that's a regular
Well,
time.
tell me what time, I'm
I
free.
can do 5:30, I have to leave at 4:30 to get here by 5:30, but that's no problem.
You
But
don't
do you
eat
have to
lunch,
take
right?
Your
No,
personal
not for
leave?
a half hour, no, because I'm salaried, but
Okay,
when I start doing 2 and 3 hours leave, then yeah.
okay.
Great.
Does
So how-
anybody else
He
have to
can't.
take leave? Do you have to take leave?
No, I work here in Hopewell.
Right.
As long as you got it after 5 o'clock, I'm golden.
So how long do you guys want to stay on Friday so she can have a ballpark range?
I
Keep
think-
in mind, we have 3 major things to talk about in a day and a half.
No later than 8:30.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
8:30 or 9.
3 hours.
No later.
Can we,
'Cause
can you
we
stretch
got-
it to 9? Because we do have 3 topics and we're bringing her back. 9 o'clock? Work sessions end at 9:30. I mean,
So we're starting at 5:30 and ending at 9.
you
Okay.
work to 9?
All right.
That violates your rules, so you better
It's 3
be
hours.
prepared to waive it.
I mean, I don't see why we just can't get it done in 3 hours, 1 hour per topic.
So a work session is 7 to
5:30 to
8:30.
No, it's a special meeting.
You're
fine.
still gonna have to waive your rule. You can do that, I'm not saying
No,
you can't.
I know, I'm just thinking.
Where?
What?
It's gonna be in Hopewell. City manager is looking at options to have it in Hopewell so we don't inconvenience people and take away time for us to meet. He's
So,
the,
just for clarity's sake, 5:30 to 9.
please,
Waive the
No, it
rules.
says 8:30.
a 9 is
Oh,
what I
you're
was.
gonna waive the rules? I'm sorry, I didn't
Well,
hear.
you can't announce 9 o'clock because you haven't waived the rules yet.
I would just put the start time and have a private conversation as to how long it's going to last. And
Right.
when you get to the end of 3 hours,
Okay.
waive your rule then.
Well, I still need clarification to give her.
Right.
So even though I can't do the notes right now, if you guys are okay with committing to being there till 9, I can tell her she can build her agenda around and understanding that we're gonna end around 9. I need to give her some direction.
Your notice just needs to
Do we-
give the start
yeah.
time.
Because she's going to give us a 30-minute dinner break, I'm sure. So that'd be 3 hours of work and 30 minutes of, yeah.
So if 9 is fine, I can give her that 5:30 to 9. So the next day is Saturday. How late do you guys want to be on Saturday?
What time Saturday?
What time do you guys want to start? What time did she recommend the last time? Do you remember? I think it was 9 or 9:45 or something.
9:30,
I
wasn't
think
it?
we started at 9:30.
9:30 is a good time.
Is everybody fine with 9:30?
That's fine.
How long do you guys want to go?
Depends on how we're gonna have food.
We're gonna have food.
I say 2:30.
Is it 2:30?
Well, I'd say 4.
I would say a work shift, like 4:30. I mean, if you come to work at 9:30, usually say at 5:30, but
4:30 is 7 hours. With 30-minute break be 7 hours plus the day, 10 hours
where do you get 10 hours from?
for the 3 hours the day before.
Yes, okay.
That's a lot.
What did she recommend leaving? Do you know, Mr. Altman?
What time did we get off last time?
She don't like to go past 3. She thinks past 3 you're dead anyway.
Okay.
I agree.
So
So
we'll
3:30.
3:30, just to
'Cause
keep
you
it on
gotta
the
eat.
safe side.
3:30.
Is everybody okay with 9:30 to 3:30? The location, Mr. Altman, do you want to make some comments? Because Counselor didn't ask about
So
that.
we've looked at, I will look into the availability of the social services meeting room, which is off to the side of the building, and then also, maybe the boardroom at the library upstairs.
Okay.
So that'll keep you in town.
Yeah, use that beacon.
Okay. So, everybody's good with that? She's asked for me to give you guys the presentation about this next step, so you guys can start thinking about the domains and kind of what you want to talk about. So I will email that to you so you can see and look it over. And the ask that she has asked is that we put it on the next agenda to start trying to at least help her narrow down kind of what we would like to work on in terms of projects under the domains. So for right now, the only ask is to review what I'm gonna email you guys to figure out what you would like to see and under some sections so we can start narrowing the things down, so when we meet, it won't be that long.
Right, and is VML gonna be a part of this as well, or is it?
For the roles and responsibilities part, yes, Mr. Altman's already contacted VML.
Okay.
So I contacted VML, they've offered their, attorney, one of their staff attorneys, which is the firm of, before. And we're just, I'm waiting, now that we know a definitive date, then I'll reaffirm with them on their attendance.
Okay, is there a motion to set our next meeting date for our advanced part 2, June 21st and June 22nd? The 21st to have the meeting start at 5:30, the 22nd to have the meeting start at 5:30 p.m., 22nd, 9:30 a.m.
So moved.
And the location to be determined in the notice.
Second.
Is that okay, Mr. State Attorney?
Might have to have you repeat it if you really wanna know what I think.
No.
Can you repeat that?
Motion to set the next meeting date for Advance 2, June 21 and June 22. June 21 to begin at 5:30 p.m. June 22 to begin at 9:30 a.m. Location to be determined.
Yes, and as long as it's understood that it's a special
That they have to
meeting.
waive the rules,
And it's a special meeting,
of course,
and you'll give notice.
always.
Sort of.
Can you put special meeting and insert that in the motion? And when you do your notice, you're gonna say the location, so you don't have to put the notice part.
Well,
Just-
actually, I'm gonna have to have a whole lot more than that for the notice. It has to say what you're talking about, all that yeah stuff.
But
So when the time
special.
comes, I'm sure Mr. Altman or Mr. Kalish or somebody will tell me.
Right. Okay. Is there a second? I don't know. Is there a
We have a
second?
Second.
Council
All right,
President,
I'm
second.
sorry, I didn't hear that discussion. No, I didn't hear it, sorry. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Motion
Madam Clerk,
passes
can
7.
you move everything over to the next agenda? Obviously, it's understood. Of course, saying that.
Make a motion the meeting be adjourned.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
I still got enough time to watch 30 minutes. Best years of